Course Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Cadillac CT5 and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings April 5th and 6th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new chicken bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the bayou, the amazing hand patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Maybe you follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, or TikTok. While we're changing the game yet again, Tyler's Telegrams has been developed exclusively for you.
Hi, this is the lovable boy you know as Tyler the Intern. I'm a businessman now. I will come directly to your door and tell you every time a new piece of TNR content drops. For the low, low price of $740,000, you can be notified by me, one of the biggest stars of the next round, about that thing you missed. Sure, the rest of those social media services are free, but so is radio, and we all know how well that's trending.
Tyler's Telegrams is currently operating exclusively in Bibb County. Other social media platforms are available everywhere.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business.
High top of the city, far from what we know. Exposed is the valley and the dregs we throw. We lie in abundance to the neon light, made to endure the flames you ignite. It's a long road, that's a long way to carry along. It's a long road, that's a long way to carry along. It's a long road, that's a long way to carry. Ooh, it's a shame.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live from SEC Media Days in Dallas at the Omni Hotel, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Promo code next round. We'll tell you about MyBookie throughout our stay out here. They're our presenting sponsor, and we're glad to be here, LTD, and be with you. As always, from SEC Media Days, a tradition unlike any other as we go talking season. You see the empty seat over there throughout the course of the week. You will get guests sliding in there, but you've got to follow us, like, and subscribe at Next Round Live on YouTube, where you're watching most of us now, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, E.G. Taylor working on sending out content constantly. We've got Scott Forester behind the camera right now. He's responsible for the setup out here in Dallas with us. Forester telling us you've got an interview with Dennis Dodd momentarily up for you on the platform as well as we get going today. But it was a strange weekend in America. As some of us have said, one of the saddest weekend in American history. Before we get to what's going on out here, the world saw the assassination attempt of President Donald Trump over the weekend, and we pray for our country, the loss of life at that rally there in Pennsylvania, and then all the aftermath of this. You guys watched it over the weekend. I didn't see it until I was midway through a birthday dinner with my wife. It was one of those tragic moments that we can't start this show on this platform without even passing a thought on that.
Well, you know, I know you guys love this country. I love this country. But in all of my years of walking this earth, I have never been more embarrassed. So disappointing. I just don't understand. Like, well, I know how divisive we are as a country right now. I just can't believe it's to a point where you were trying to take somebody out.
I mean, we're mere blocks literally from where it actually happened one time. And
that seems like a world ago.
Oh, it is a world ago. And as a kid, I remember coming home from school when President Reagan had been shot by John Hinckley. And that feels like a world ago. Like, I really thought we had gotten past that point in our country's story. And clearly we have not. Yep. I mean, but for the grace of God, we would be talking about the presidential candidate. I mean, you think back to George Wallace, the governor of our state that was simply a presidential candidate when he was shot and paralyzed.
1972. Robert Kennedy.
Yeah. I mean, yep. So, I mean, obviously, we're not that far past it. And that is unfortunate. I was hopeful we were.
Well, here's the only fortunate thing that comes out is, by the grace of God, Donald Trump was not hit. Yep. I mean, I guess he was grazed. But how different would our world be? Like, I don't think we would be here today.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that till Lance mentioned it last night. We were all at dinner, and he said, if it had gone the other way, would they even have this event? Would we be at this event?
I don't think you can because, the civil unrest and obviously the fuse is so short in our country right now.
Yeah.
And with how divisive things are, if Donald Trump, who, is maybe the most polarizing politician of all time. I don't know.
I would just say, I think for our country, it's a great time to evaluate, not necessarily what you believe. What you believe is fine, but evaluate, am I managing that in the best way possible? And if you think you are, you are. You're the only one that can make that decision, or people you trust can tell you if you're making that decision. Obviously, the nut job that climbed up on top of a building and tried to kill Donald Trump wasn't handling it the right way.
Violence has never been the answer. As you said, from JFK to Dr. King to shooting Ronald Reagan or what happened any other time, violence has been a part of our history in our country. We settle things, with sometimes a little discord, but discussion in our country. We settle them with elections. We're a free country, and violence is never a part of that. So we offer our country prayers as we start something we love, dear to our heart, college football talking season here in Dallas. But like Donald Trump said himself after the assassination attempt on the golf course on Sunday.
That was crazy.
He is not going to let the wickedness keep him from moving on with his life. He's going to the convention, and we too are not going to let the wickedness change the course of American history. We're going to go on with college football in our discussion here, but our thoughts and prayers with everyone impacted this weekend. We turn our attention to SEC Media Days, and we have been here now for about 24 hours in Dallas, and it just feels weird to say we've been here 24 hours at SEC Media Days here in Dallas. It's real. When we started this platform, we were in the old men's, what was the clothing store?
It was McMillan, right?
Yeah, McMillan's Big and Tall.
Yeah, we were at the Galleria, McMillan's Big and Tall. We had not done our first live show. That didn't happen until August 16th, but in July, we did these long-form platform interviews and some live audio shows for you from that old store in the Galleria. And that was when the announcement was made of Oklahoma and Texas being part of the future of the Southeastern Conference. Brown came up with the design of the shirt that I actually wore out here. Oklahoma and Texas added to the footprint, and it said what?
Y'all can have the rest. And that was right after the word had broken that Oklahoma and Texas were coming. That happened in that first media day back in 2021. I'll never forget it. And it happened, the reports happened the day Greg Sankey did an interview with us. And he was, playing coy. Everybody in the room knew what was going on. And he was, Greg was doing what Greg does. It's like, I don't know anything about it, guys. We've got the teams here we've got here. And of course, in that moment, Texas and Oklahoma were bailing on the Big 12 to come to the SEC. That, Lance, seems like an eternity ago.
It does. Obviously before we had done our first show on this platform. But, it was so shocking when that dropped at SEC Media Days. But I don't know how you guys feel. 3 years later, I'm so conditioned to Oklahoma and Texas, it feels like a natural fit, which, again, I don't really like the realignment. I don't like the growth of these conferences. But I guess we've just had 3 years to really get used to this.
Yeah.
But it seems real.
It's the one I'm most excited about, though. I remember, 92. I was in high school when South Carolina and Arkansas came. And I just remember, I had not paid a whole lot of attention to South Carolina football. And then I realized why I had not paid a whole lot of attention to South Carolina football. They generally have not been very good.
Yep.
Right? So that one didn't really excite me. But Arkansas, I was familiar with Frank Broyles and Lou Holtz and the old, Arkansas for the Southwest Conference days, the lone non-Texas team in the Southwest Conference. I was semi-excited about them until my introduction to Arkansas, the first SEC game they played. You were there, I think, when they played Alabama in Little Rock. And I'm like, man, that's a high school stadium. How in the world is that stadium in the SEC?
Well, Little Rock was actually a lot better than their home stadium
right.
in Fayetteville was at the time. When I went there, Fayetteville the first time, I can't remember if it was Auburn or Alabama, I went there. They still had the concrete bleacher seats like you get at high school football stadiums, old school high school football stadiums, in their end zone.
Yeah.
Where it was the wide, the block steps, just like you were at Thompson High School back in the day. They still had those in their one end zone, and the other end zone was open. They had not built a complex yet. And that Fayetteville stadium was really small school, and it's grown into a beautiful stadium now too. But the first trip in 1992, speaking of presidential candidates, Bill Clinton was there.
That's what I remember most about that game.
Was late arriving. They, they moved him in the middle of the game during a TV timeout.
And Alabama wore him out too.
He did. It was national championship Alabama. And then 93, I'm there in South Carolina, and it was a different feel. But, Alabama won a night game there for that one. So it did feel different than, Texas A&M and them coming in 2012. That seemed like a big move because the Aggies were running away from now Texas, who's back in the league with them.
Yeah, in 2012, we were doing a show together. I forgot where we were. I remember there was an up-and-coming competitor for us.
That is true,
And when we left whatever venue we were in, because it wasn't SEC Media, we were downtown when the announcement came out.
Yeah, were we doing our kickoff party? Was there some reason it was the BJCC?
Yeah. We were down there for something, but I forgot what it was.
I'll tell you exactly where we were. We were with our old bosses. It was our kickoff party. It was the one year we did it at the sports bar at the new hotel there outside. We had Rockstar, I think, was playing. Rockstar and Carrie were playing together, maybe?
The Tide English Pub?
Yeah.
No, we did that in the afternoon. I remember that.
Yeah.
But we were somewhere.
And they put flyers all over everybody's cars, right? Yeah.
That was not the Tide English, but
was that when that broke?
That's when that broke. And this was one of the things that I did want to get into. like Texas A&M year one, to me, at the end of the year, they were the second or third best team in college football. Alabama, A&M, and Georgia were the three best teams.
For people that don't remember, that was Johnny Manziel's year, right?
Yeah. Went to Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
They beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
That's right.
They go on and they play Oklahoma, I think, in the Sugar Bowl and walked them off the field. That A&M team was the best A&M team I've ever personally seen.
I agree.
And I would ask you guys, do we have that version of Oklahoma or Texas coming in this year?
Texas.
I mean, Texas would be the one I would say is the closest to that.
Unless Jackson Arnold is Johnny Manziel.
Well, and we didn't know who Johnny Manziel was then, right? Because they lost that first game to Florida in College Station. He didn't start that game, did he?
He did.
Did he play the whole game?
He had a touchdown on like a reverse, but I think they lost like 14-10.
It was a tight game. It was a low-scoring tight game, yeah.
That wasn't the no, they were already
that was their first ever SEC game.
Yeah, that's right. They were already in the league when they were part of that SEC network.
That was the first ever SEC network game. That was after Manziel graduated.
Right.
So year 3 of A&M in the league, and we watched that in Lance's basement.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking this Kevin Sumlin guy can flat coach, man. Because they ran Carolina out of the building.
You know, they were good players, obviously, on that team. You look at Mike Evans, but Johnny Manziel, and that's the thing. That's what I'm excited about some of these young quarterbacks in this league. Like one electric generational type player can actually be the difference in 4, 5, 6 swing games for you.
But when all this started, I was a little bit excited about A&M. Now, I don't like all the hokey, I've talked about that, the men cheerleaders. I just do not like all that mess. I don't get it. It's weird. It's hokey to me. But they are at least a program that cares a lot about football, and they packed the stadium out. When Missouri came in, I was like, what are we doing here?
Right.
I guess we're adding basketball schools
and then
now.
Missouri,
that's the crazy thing.
I wonder over the first 2 or 3 years of both Texas and Oklahoma, will they have the same impact that Missouri and A&M did? Because people will tend to forget, like Missouri in back-to-back years win the East in 2013 and 2014, so their second and third years in the league. The 14 team wasn't that good. The 13 team was a top 5 team. So will Oklahoma be able to match what Missouri did in their first 3 years? And will Texas be able to match what Texas A&M did in their first year?
Yeah, I'm the old school SEC guy, and we want it to be they're going to get a dose of the old SEC.
That's right, no doubt.
But the last bit of expansion, Texas A&M and Missouri came in and had success, including beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa, a national championship Alabama team that first year. Missouri finds himself in the SEC championship game very quickly. And I think a lot of people, especially here in Dallas, halfway in between Austin and Norman, believe that Texas and Oklahoma will have success as well as they jump into the league. We'll do best and worst of the weekend coming up in the next segment, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hydra Live as we're out here in Dallas.
Yeah, look, it is a furnace out here. A couple of things I've learned. The drive, not as bad as I thought it would be, but you can only get so much. Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas is like the worst scenery. It's just like a dust bowl of heat.
It really is. It is. And at night, it just doesn't relent. It's just a hot wind at night.
Well, and downtown, unfortunately, the homeless population is outrageous. And you turn the corner, and it's just a waft of piss that hits you in the face.
Yeah, it's bad.
Anyway, make sure you're hydrated.
Speaking of which.
And you can do that with our friends at Hydra Live, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Ask about the memberships. Members recoup that membership fee in just one visit with a free IV bag every single month. Hydra Life Therapy is open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. 3 locations where we originate out of, 2 in Birmingham, 1 in Homewood, Highway 119 in Greystone, also Tuscaloosa. Very important. Mention the next round. You're going to get 20% off any of these great services from our friends at Hydra Life Therapy. For more information, hydrolifetherapy.com.
I'm curious if Rockstar has ever been hit by a waft. Yes. Rockstar, has that ever hit you anywhere? Okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear Rockstar.
Yeah. Hydra Life bringing us part of the show. We continue on here with several of our friends in the media that will be swinging by, including Jacob Hester at some point here, hopefully in the first hour. We're here 4 hours live today and all week long at this special time, 12 to 4. But again, for a lot of our content, make sure, as we do every SEC Media Days, to be following us at Next Round Live on all of our media outlets, including YouTube. And that's where you'll get a lot of our coverage in the morning, including coming up on a Wednesday. You get Kalen DeBoer, Steve Sarkisian, and more on our platform very early in the morning for Kalen DeBoer. We'll get him in the 7 o'clock hour. 7 o'clock hour. You'll want to be here with us for that. Kirby is here tomorrow along with Oklahoma. Alabama and Texas are here Wednesday. Auburn and A&M are here Thursday with the other SEC teams. 16 strong, the saying now as we're out here. And I want to get into one quarterback that's here today, and Garrett Nussmeier. We had a chance to see him up in the main media room earlier, handling the quarterback, handling the situation up there with the gathered media there. And Brian Kelly used this to describe the Garrett Nussmeier situation. He says, when you're the number 2 quarterback, you're renting the car. And when you're the number 1 quarterback, you own the car. And Garrett Nussmeier owns the car now. What does that mean for LSU for you?
I don't know, because you're going from Jaden Daniels. You think about it, over the last 5 years, LSU has had Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels. And now you go to Garrett Nussmeier, and I think he's going to be good. He's had, he's played in 18 games over his first 3 years. He's had 1 start. He's been good. Looks like he's got a big arm. Grew up in a football family. We know his father, Doug, longtime offensive coordinator, now the quarterback's coach for the Philadelphia Eagles. I just think that you're going to get an obvious downgrade. And, I made the comparison to maybe this is 1998 Tennessee when you lose a great player like Peyton Manning and T. Martin, plays the lights out, and you win a national championship. LSU's got that kind of talent, but you are going to have a downgrade at quarterback. There is no way Nussmeier can be as good as Jaden Daniels was.
He just can't be. He can't be. Now, one thing LSU always has talented receivers. I mean,
it does help out.
I cannot think of an LSU team, even when you don't know who they're going to be. An LSU team I've watched, I'm like, boy, if they just had any receivers, they always have.
Now, we said that about Alabama until the last couple of years.
I know.
You wonder where is the well dry, or do they have 2 more guys that will pop up like Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas?
Everyone's talking about Kyron Lacey as that guy for LSU to be the guy that can be the playmaker for them. So
yeah, I mean, I trust LSU at receiver. I mean, I've just never. I mean, I'll go back to the Rowan Davey, Josh Reed days when Nick Saban was still there. Odell Beckham Jr., obviously. Jarvis Landry.
It's in the water down there.
I mean, it is. And often they have them in pairs. Like,
that's what I was saying. Last year they did. I mean, Neighbors and Thomas were incredible together.
And when you had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase on the same team, that is completely unfair.
But I don't know how you guys feel about Nussmeier. For a minute, they got blown out by Georgia in that SEC championship. Looked good. Came in against Missouri last year. He just is really inconsistent. He's completing career-wise less than 59% of his passes, 11 touchdowns and 7 picks. He's going to have to protect the football better.
Yeah.
So LSU's one team here today. So too is Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Vandy. We'll talk about those teams as we move throughout the afternoon and bring in some of our friends to discuss it as well. And later in the week, you'll hear from the Alabama and Auburn players and coaches, as we always do. Before I tell you about Way to Wellness, can we just get a description of what will be going on inside our studio here at the Omni Hotel? Just off the media row here, where all the action is going on. We've got our usual setup that we always have here, but we have a little fun and games that'll be going on. This has sort of been a your and little T creation. Tell me what's going to be happening over here.
Well, last year, our friends at Redmont Vodka, we had a bunch of vodka on set. So people that would come by, we give them a bottle of vodka. We would drink vodka with them. Our friend Richard Holland from Kicking It Coolers brought us a nice bottle of 12-year-old George Dickel. We had that on the set. We dusted that like within a couple of hours. And so people are like, hey, these next round guys are kind of fun. So we wanted to take it to another level.
That's right. Still be fun.
So we've got basically prizes that they're going to walk away with. We've got our coffee, our next round coffee.
That's right.
We have got beer pong set up in each, what do we call them, buckets?
Yeah, it's a beer pong bucket, yeah.
There is an envelope with a denomination of cash. It could be a 20. It could be a 50. It could be a C note.
Wow.
So we have all those out. We also have everybody doesn't necessarily, you got to make some shots to actually walk with money, but everybody will walk with an envelope they will draw. And you've got gift cards from, we'll say, different restaurants across the country.
That's right. And then everybody that participates, every single person that participates is in our end of the week drawing. At the end of the week, we're going to draw for a $250 Roback gift card, roback.com. Code TNR to get signed up and get your discount.
And I've got
yes, you do.
Roback.
Jim does. I got
these Roback pants are awesome.
Got mine with me. I just didn't wear it today.
Yeah, I wore a hoodie last night.
Roback.com code TNR20 to save 20%. Somebody's going to walk with a $250 gift card.
And we were in the van last night where you guys dropped me by CVS about midnight, and I ran in and picked up a cooler, their last cooler they had, and that is stocked with Bud Light.
That's
so
right.
We might actually have a real beer pong game at some particular point where we're going to offer cold beer to from our great sponsor Bud Light to anybody that drops by.
That's right. So we've got beer pong basically, or beach pong, however you want to play it, and with with real American cash in there.
Correct.
For the student athletes. We can actually, we're in the state of Texas. We can give you cash now legally, and we'll give them to the student athletes and or media person that gets to play the game over there. Maybe the coach. We'll get Kalen DeBoer. Maybe, he may need a Hyundai at some point this season.
Yeah, he could use one.
I mean, do you even think, does he ever run his credit card? Does he ever spend cash? I don't think about things like this.
Yeah, I wonder how he grabs the wallet out.
Well, these guys, they're spending so much time in the office.
Yeah.
And, the wife does all the shopping. And I would assume they really don't pay for anything. Like DeBoer, there is no way he pays for anything in Tuscaloosa.
Like if you have a restaurant and Kalen DeBoer walks in, he doesn't buy. It's not, Coach. That's on us.
Yeah, and I get a photo me and Coach DeBoer. Right?
And the best Chinese food in Tuscaloosa, Kalen DeBoer.
And I would think he never fuels his own car, like Sed would fill that thing.
I would hope so. I hope that thing's on full 24/7.
And don't forget, with our friends at Who Is Coffee, we got a promo code for you too. And we've already had coffee drinkers come by and pick up bags of our coffee that we have out here in Dallas with us. Who Is Coffee? The easiest way to get to the Who Is Coffee website is go to our website. nextround.store. Click the coffee link. You go right to their website to learn so much about what they do for the growers of coffee around the world. And we developed our own blend, and it's a wonderful blend of coffee from around the world, Brazil to Mexico to Ethiopia and other places. We've got our own blend of Next Round coffee, all different kinds of roasts. We're giving that to some of our guests who are out here today, but you, since you're watching us from Media Days, have a special promo code right now. Media Days 24. Media Days 24 gets you 24% off the entire order with our friends at Who Is Coffee. Who Is Coffee. Just go to nextround.store. There'll be an easy link for you there. When you get there, buy as much as you want. Use the promo code Media Days 24 to get 24% off your entire order. 24% off that entire order right there at nextround.store. So that's some of the stuff we have going on. A lot of football talk. It's the beginning of talking season. Well, we had a good time on the way out here. Brownie, before I tell you about Way to Wellness, took us to a great off-the-beaten-path place to eat lunch in Vicksburg, Mississippi. It was called the Tomato what?
The Tomato Place.
The Tomato Place.
Have you been there before?
Never.
No, was
there any battlefields next to it?
Sure, yeah. Vicksburg, historic Vicksburg.
Yeah.
I think it was just down the road, no joke.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, right there on the river.
Right on the river.
Yeah.
Taylor, if you use the word shack, would that be a compliment? It was a shack on the side of the road. Yeah. Wonderfully nice people. It's where you find the best meals in the South. Honestly,
that's right.
In shacks, and it was a shack.
No, I knew at the minute I saw it, we were in for a good meal. Parking's a bit of an issue. I mean, it is literally a roadside shack, and so we kind of had to circle around for a moment to wait for a parking spot.
Air conditioning doesn't really exist.
No air conditioning. Some big fans. We sat outside, nice and warm, nice toasty outside.
Yeah.
But I had a I had a BLT po' boy. Look, they've got photos back in the studio. So there's the tomato shack.
I can't imagine how many times you guys actually stopped yesterday, because we left 3 hours after you guys and only got here 45 minutes behind.
A lot of people had to pee, me included.
Yeah. How many times do you have to pee?
I don't know, several.
Brown was the first one to say, I've got to stop. And then after that, I think it was Little T and me.
I will own it. I will own it. I don't have a very big bladder.
Can you imagine if you drank cold beer like being on the beach? You would have to get in every other beer.
Every other beer. Yeah.
You'd never be dry. But great food there. The BLTs were great. Little T and I had BLTs. Brownie did too. Forster went with some kind of turkey BLT.
Yeah, turkey BLT. That
really
thing was
good.
It was a big fight for Forster there.
EG, who's down in the main media room working for us today, all of her content on social media as well, had a vegetable plate that was tremendous. So it was just a great meal. Way to Wellness, bringing you not only great food, but allowing you to maintain your healthy lifestyle, even when you enjoy the great road trips that Brown will take you on in the world. Way to Wellness. Aplanforme.com is their website, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her board certified team saw her last week before I left, and she said, Jimmy, when you get back from SEC Media Days, we need to talk about lowering that weight a little bit. Like the Meltdown guys you see here, they've lost over 90 pounds. They'll be live tonight, a special time. We'll give you that special time basically when I find out when it is. I forgot to write that down. But the Meltdown live tonight, when we've got their slot 12 to 4 today, they'll be with you live, including the release of the EA Sports game, the college football game. The guys have special programming for that happening tonight as well. The Meltdown guys are losing weight with Way to Wellness. You can too. I've corrected some cholesterol and blood pressure numbers. Go to aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you. Way to Wellness right there. One note away from football, and I'm not here to criticize anybody. I just simply have a minor in public relations.
Okay.
Just a minor
Right.
in public relations. But we've known all summer long that Auburn was going to play a big basketball game in Birmingham. Have
Yep.
we not?
Yes, we have.
All
Yep.
summer long, we've known.
And we've pretty much known all summer long who they're playing.
We knew who they were playing, but we didn't announce it because little T, Taylor Korn, and Emily Grace McWhorter went to the On to Victory NIL event in Birmingham, and they talked about that game coming to Birmingham, and they hinted about who it was going to be, and they looked at little T and said, don't post it. Don't post it. So she didn't post it, and we never said it. So all summer long, and you get here to Monday of football talking season in Dallas, and what do? You release the game today. We should have done this last week.
Yeah.
But they release it today.
Worst kept secret anyway.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it.
We finally can tell you Auburn is going to play Purdue, Final Four
Yep.
Purdue in Birmingham this year, and then return the favorite into Indianapolis next year.
Why did you not release this last week?
I really don't know. I've been told this is one of those games where I don't think Auburn and Purdue control everything. I think it is some sort of promoter, not the 980 group, but some sort of promoter that is controlling it. What I was told is I think that promoter was trying to secure some sort of advertising agreement before they finally hit everything.
Right.
So I don't think they got everything secured in a timely fashion, so that's what delayed it.
Okay, but we're also told, keep your eye on Auburn's basketball schedule. Another game's coming really soon.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe even tomorrow.
Media Days continues for a few days, so there may still be some announcements.
May get another big Auburn
Yeah.
basketball game announced tomorrow. But big news there for the Auburn basketball family. Thank you to MyBookie. They are the presenting sponsor of everything out here at SEC Media Days in Dallas. Brownie, tell us about the great folks at MyBookie.
Yeah, mybookie.ag, code next round. That is the code you use to sign on at mybookie.ag. When you do, you get that sign-on bonus by using code next round. And you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. In fact, I wanted to quiz you guys coming back. I saw Brad Powers, who works with our buddy Todd Furman. He has got 4 teams that will be favored in every game.
Okay.
4 teams, he says, will be favored in every game. You'll be able to play all those games at mybookie.ag. Code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag. Code next round.
So 4 teams that will be favored at every game.
According to him.
That's part of the conversation when we come back. Also part of the conversation when we come back, if you had to say the number of teams here today that you think will be in the college football playoffs, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, what would be your answer for that? Those 2 questions answered when we come back on our coverage presented by our friends at MyBookie live from Dallas. This is SEC Media Day on the next round.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new chicken bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the bayou, the amazing hand-patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Unfortunately, over the past year, I've noticed significant hair loss. I asked around, and everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the absolute best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, and he remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of hair restoration and cosmetic procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand his procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
It's time to pull the trigger on the Next Round merch that you've been eyeing. We know there's a lot to choose from at nextround.store, so here's a few of our favorite picks. If you want to match LT and Brown, go with the TNR logo hoodie and throw in one of Dunaway's favorite hats. Any of them will do. The Backroom's go-to is the classic logo t-shirt, while my personal favorite is the light blue TNR crew neck. All of these items can be found at nextround.store and are EG approved. Rest assured, your order will be packed with lots of love from us here at The Next Round. Head over to nextround.store to start filling up your cart.
Back with you live in Dallas, Texas. MyBookie.ag's SEC Media Day coverage. MyBookie.ag, promo code Next Round. Boy, Dallas is a hotspot for sports. It's the deadest time of the year. The only thing going on, SEC Media Days, now that soccer's over with, SEC Media Days and the All-Star break, and they're both right here just a couple of miles apart.
Can I make a point, though? I was thinking about this morning. So when we got off the exit, little T was like, I don't see any SEC banners. And there are not a ton. There were just a couple outside the Omni here. If you have ever been to Dallas, you know that the Omni has a really cool like LED light system where they could put logos up on the outside of the hotel. You can see it from the interstate. In fact,
it really, along with the World Fair, whatever that thing
by
is,
the Hyatt,
those make the skyline of Dallas.
Do. And in fact, if you watch like a primetime Cowboys game, a lot of times they'll show that shot, even though Jerry World's like 20 minutes away, they'll show that shot with like a Cowboys logo on it or the NBC logo or Monday Night Football logo. So that's the hotel we're in, all right, if you've ever seen that. The Major League Baseball game is in town. Major League Baseball All-Star game, big event for them. And the logo that is on this hotel, now granted, they're hosting the event, obviously, is the SEC logo, which, like, I know we're kind of in a bubble, but I feel more of the SEC here than Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I really wonder if you're just out on the street with Dallas residents, what's the bigger deal to them?
Absolutely.
Because, Texas has got, we saw this earlier, they got wrapped vehicles here.
I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's pretty crazy, though, to think about that. When the Major League Baseball is in town, the building that has logos on the skyline has the SEC logo on it.
So I was talking to Mike Harge, who does mornings in Austin, Texas, and he used to be Chip Brown's partner. And Harge played in the Astros organization for a long time. And so I was asking him, because he's such a baseball guy, are you going to go to the Home Run Derby tonight? And he was like, I really wanted to. One of my old AAA managers is actually throwing. I forgot who he's throwing to. Might have been Jose Ramirez. Anyway, he was like, I tried all my connections, and the cheapest I can get a ticket is $800 to the Home Run Derby.
So I'm going to pass tonight. I don't know if you're going.
Let's just have a good meal
Yeah.
somewhere. Let's have a good meal somewhere.
A good meal.
The show being brought to you, best and worst of the weekend, by our friends at Hemp Hill. My best right after LT tells us about Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, 205-229-2090. That is the number you need to call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, make sure you tell them the next round sent you. Hard to stop a train. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, whether you experience any of these in your home or business, they are ready to serve you. 205-229-2090.
I got the chance to say hi to an old colleague of mine upstairs, a guy named Nick Saban, who's making his media debut. I said hi to him briefly as he was walking up to the set, and then he laughed with some people around him about the story he told earlier today on ESPN's Get Up about his experience. For those that didn't share the story.
Well, I do, but, so Mike Greenberg was asking him, what is the biggest difference in being a media member and being a head coach at this event? And he was like, well, I used to just walk in, and he said, I went to walk in today and I didn't have my credential, so they sent me back to get my credential. But, when there's a greeter at the bottom of the escalator, he looks like he's 95. He probably is just, getting out of the house. I mean, some of these people, and, I had the credential and it was just backwards. When I walked through, she was like, stop, I need to check this out.
Yeah, so they're pretty tight here.
That is pretty funny that Nick Saban gets stopped.
Now, he did clarify later. He was asked about it. He goes, she recognized me. She even said, yes, sir, I know who you are, but I've still got to see your credential.
Oh, I like that.
That's the old story like at Augusta National. Like the champions a lot of times, to get in the clubhouse, they need their credential or whatever. And Fred Couples, a Masters champion one time, was going to the clubhouse. He said, good morning, Mr. Couples. He goes, hey, Mr. Couples, I'm going to see your credential. Like, I mean, he knew who he was, but it's his job.
Crazy.
I know.
Another one of my best was our friends at McCurry. I can't even say it.
McCurry Reynolds.
They provided us our transportation out here. And some of you were asking on the online, like, why did you guys not fly? Well, I mean, we're a TV show now. We're not a radio show. So, I mean, we've got tables and we've got multiple cameras set up and lights and coffee and
beer pong,
beach pong.
And it's really expensive.
Yeah.
And we are still a startup.
Yeah, but I mean, the big issue is we're probably traveling with, I don't know, 500 pounds of equipment.
Signage and everything.
Yeah.
So thank you to them. And one of the best was the trip out, the camaraderie, and stopping for food and all of that out there. Just a great place. They bring us the mystery fifth hour all the time.
They do. McCurry Rentals, McCurryRentals.com. You can rent from McCurry anywhere in Alabama, really. They've got locations in Coleman, 2nd Avenue Northwest there in Coleman.
Which is where we picked up the beautiful van.
That is absolutely where we went. That was good to visit with those guys. You can also find them in Tuscaloosa on Skyland Boulevard and everywhere in North Alabama, Athens, Muscle Shoals, and Huntsville. McCurryRentals.com, 256-559-1003 or McCurryRentals.com.
And what was your best of the weekend? I know you were originally going to fly, and you were behind us, and you made it out quick.
I jacked this up. We had a situation in Nashville, and so I had Nashville on my brain when I booked the airline tickets. And so I booked out of Nashville to Dallas. And when I caught the mistake like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I went to rebook it. Well, most of the flights from Birmingham were sold out. I don't think it had anything to do with SEC Media Days, but it was going to be $907 extra to rebook it. So I had the choice of driving basically 3.5 hours to the Nashville airport and then flying 2 hours, or just driving the 9 hours. So decided to jump in the car and come over.
Yeah, I debated. Lance asked me, what would you do? I was like, God, I really don't know.
It was tough.
I think I would drive to Nashville and fly, but once you do that, you can just about drive out there.
That was the thing. And look, and the drive to me, of course, I didn't drive, but it went by quickly. I got, I was putting proposals together in sales. I was putting topics together for this show.
It's not the worst drive.
No, getting ready for just today's show, man, being able to prep. I didn't think it was bad at all.
No.
My best of the weekend, though, my nieces came in town.
Oh, yeah?
And so got to hang out with two of my brothers and my nieces and ate good. And it was a pretty awesome weekend.
I don't think I've ever met your nieces.
Probably not. They're in Mobile.
Yeah.
And so
Shane's daughters?
Yeah, Uncle Shane. Ruby and Aria. And they came up for the weekend. And young Jack kind of played big cousin. And had a lot of fun, man. We just swam all weekend and ate good. It was awesome.
Yeah, keep your best and worst of the weekend rolling in. Brown teased going to break 4 teams that will be favorites in every game. As we did our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, it ended on Friday with Georgia #1 in the country, voted on by 94 of you. Brown sort of hinted along the way who he thought how many games LT would have them favored. So who is this? It's got 4 teams.
This is Brad Powers. Brad does Bet the Board podcast with our buddy Todd Furman. And Brad works out in Vegas, odds maker out in Vegas. There's a couple things that might surprise you from what I'm about to give you.
Okay, first of all, let me ask you this. How many Power 5?
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Because Liberty popped to mind for me.
All of these are Power 5.
Okay, all Power 5.
Okay. So he's got Liberty a dog somewhere. Maybe.
Yeah.
Does it say Power 5?
They go to Appalachian State.
Yeah,
they're not Power 5.
So
no, I know that. I'm just saying he does not specify Power 5.
I think I'm going to disagree with this.
Okay, I think you are too.
I guarantee he's got Georgia and Ohio State, but we'll get to it. But go ahead, and I just want to pull the schedules as you.
Okay. There are 2 that might come as a surprise. Well, really 3, honestly.
Okay, but so is Georgia and he said Georgia and Ohio State. Are that 2?
Georgia is favored in all 12 games, according to him.
Even in Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
The closest he has, and this is one of the things I wanted to point out, is not Texas. It is 2.5 at Alabama. He's still got Alabama in Tuscaloosa closer than Georgia in Athens.
Okay.
I think that probably would surprise you, right? Okay. I thought it would surprise you more. Now, here's where Lance is going to disagree. He has Oregon favored over Ohio State.
Well, I think it's going to be. I thought he would have Ohio State.
Yep. He's got Oregon favored by a point and a half. So Oregon then is favored in every game. Like if Ohio State's favored in that game, they're probably favored in every game, and vice versa.
So it's Georgia and then whoever's favored in the Oregon-Ohio State.
That's
game.
right.
Okay.
He currently has Oregon favored.
Okay, so Oregon has got to go to Michigan on November 2nd. By then, we're going to know how good Michigan is.
Absolutely.
If they look really good,
Yeah.
if Michigan looks good and Oregon gets that win, then you could see how Oregon would be favored.
Now, there are 2 more, and I don't think one of them is going to be a huge surprise. One of them will be. I had not considered this team as being favored in every game they play. But according to Brad Powers, bettheboardpodcast.com, Notre Dame, he's got favored in every game now.
Wow.
He points out that this Notre Dame line, he says, basically, if I had to list it right now, I'd make them a half-point favorite over Texas A&M. So he's basically got them as a 1-point favorite. So that could easily be a pick 'em.
Well, we talked about if they get by A&M, they're going to be undefeated when they host Florida State, which they will be favorites.
Yep.
They've got to go to SC. You know, if SC is one of these surprise teams at the end of the year, they could be a dog. I think when we previewed Notre Dame, and what do we have them, like 6 or 7? I think I had them favored in 11 games.
Then the 4th team that Brad Powers said will be favored in every single game they play this year, Kansas State.
Ooh. I am pulling Kansas State.
Pull that schedule, Lance. Kansas State.
I don't think so. Kansas State.
He's got them favored. He says the closest one, he gives the closest one in all of them, is at Iowa State. So you run through that schedule and tell me where they're going to be.
They're favored UT Martin, at Tulane, Arizona, at BYU, at home to our hosting Oklahoma State, at Colorado, at West Virginia, depending on how good Garrett Green and that squad is. They're going to be favored at home against Kansas on the road. Yeah. I mean,
Iowa State's the last game of the year. He says that's the closest one right now.
Yeah, based on schedule, I can almost guarantee you Kansas State's going to play for the Big 12 championship.
I mean, I've liked them all along. Anytime we talk about the Big 12, I've said I like Kansas State. Now that I look at this.
And you know what's cool is we might see Kansas State and Utah for the first time in the Big 12 championship game because they don't play each other.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So Georgia, either Ohio State, Oregon.
That's right.
Notre Dame.
If they're favored over A&M, which he's got tight.
And Kansas State.
Kansas State.
And I think all of those teams, Kansas State is the one wild card. But I think all those teams are in the college football playoff, and I would lean Kansas State or Utah. I've said that all along. Kansas and Oklahoma State being those next teams.
Kansas State's the wild card because probably the toughest game they play all year will be the Big 12 championship game.
So we were talking to Brett McMurphy last night, who's covered college football forever. Great Mike Gundy stories, which hopefully he'll drop by and we can get into
some of those.
But he was saying last night he believes 7 teams in the Big 12 can win it. I was like, I disagree with you. I think there's 4, but he thinks there's 7.
Yeah, it's a deep league.
Wow.
It is. I think it's going to be really good.
It's going to be a fun league there. So that's 5 teams if you count Ohio State and Oregon as 2 teams as playoff teams. And I think we all agree Georgia, Notre Dame, and Kansas State, if they win the Big 12, locked in there. After LT tells us about the Inverness Country Club, I'm going to ask how many SEC teams that are here today, Vandy, South Carolina, Ole Miss and LSU do you think are playoff teams this year? Tell us about Inverness Country Club.
Our friends at Inverness Country Club, they've got memberships that fit everyone, from the social, including the resort-style pool complex, full-service cabana and bar, live music on Friday night, Sunday brunch, the golf with the beautiful course, currently expanding the driving range. Just had a couple of friends sign up, and they are now members at the Inverness Country Club. Also, you don't necessarily have to be a member in order to hold an event in the Inverness Country Club. I had a couple of friends that went to their friend's 50th anniversary party this past Saturday night at Inverness. They can hold anything from golf tournaments, corporate meetings, wedding receptions, anything in between. To take a tour of this unbelievable club, call Erin today. Tell her the next round sent you. 205-991-8608. That's 205-991-8608, or online at iccalabama.com.
Some people would say Ole Miss is a playoff contender. Some would say LSU. I have them as a dark horse. It's hard to make a brand like LSU a dark horse, but I think that's where they are this year. I don't think many people see South Carolina or Vandy in the picture. I don't think many people see both LSU and Oklahoma in the picture. If you said gun to head today, you had to put your hard-earned money on a bet, LSU, Ole Miss, both in.
And there's no way I'd go both
in.
I will say one. When I look at this, I think there are 6 or 7 teams where it would not shock me if they get to a college football playoff from this conference this year. And both Ole Miss and LSU are in that mix. I will say one of the two. I will say the winner of that game gets in.
Oh, they do play each other
without playing in the SEC championship. I think the winner of that game has 2 losses and they get it.
So can I ask you guys the question this way? All right, so I get the feeling if you go rankings of your confidence in playoffs, Georgia and Texas are 1 and 2 for both of you.
Yes.
I go Georgia and then Texas, Alabama.
Okay,
I've got to see Texas do it in an SEC schedule week in, week out.
Georgia, Texas, Alabama on the same line. All right, now here's where I want to ask a question.
I have no problem going Georgia, Texas, Alabama.
That's fine. So they're the clear top 3, though, for everyone on this panel. Who do you go in next? Is it Missouri, Ole Miss, or LSU?
I would go LSU just because I've seen it before.
Okay, so LSU next.
See, I'm LSU too, and I sent this out on my social platform earlier. LSU is my dark horse, and I think it's what LT's saying. I've seen it. I believe it.
No,
They're the brand.
But I will say Ole Miss has got a more beneficial schedule.
They do? Or does Missouri
Missouri does too.
Does Missouri get in front of Ole Miss for you? Missouri's schedule is about as beneficial as it could be for an SEC team.
Our friends at MyBookie bringing you our coverage from SEC Media Days. We're in Dallas, mybookie.ag. We appreciate them so much. And so many other sponsors of our coverage out here, including our buddy Tommy James, TommyJamesLaw.com. TommyJamesLaw.com. Drinking water is a concern all over the country. If you think maybe you've had some exposure to some bad drinking water, TommyJamesLaw.com. We appreciate his sponsorship.
So Missouri is going to be favored in 10 games.
Yep.
And Ole Miss is going to be favored in 10 games.
I'm just telling you, though, when you look at Ole Miss's schedule, that home game against Oklahoma, there's just something in my gut tells me that is going to play a major factor in the college football playoff.
Well, this is, and I do agree with you on this stretch. Like at LSU, that's going to be the game everybody marked. They're probably undefeated. I don't know where LSU would be at that point. They might be undefeated. But then you follow up that emotional high with the Oklahoma game.
That's right. No matter what happens in the LSU game, if you lose in Baton Rouge or if you go get a big win, you got Oklahoma coming to your place next.
And even after that, Sam Pittman might be fighting for his life.
And you're on the road there, right?
Yeah, in Fayetteville. And then you got to bounce back, host Georgia. Then you got to go to Florida where Billy Napier is going to be fighting for his life.
If he's still there.
True. But I do think Ole Miss will lose a game they shouldn't.
Yeah, so that is such an interesting stretch to me. At LSU versus Oklahoma at home, at Arkansas versus Georgia at home, at Florida, and then versus State at home. That's just such a fascinating stretch.
And that's why I believe the winner of Ole Miss and LSU will get in, because if Ole Miss loses that game, they will find a third loss.
Yeah, I just don't see how they skate through the rest of that.
Me either. So that's the 4 teams that are here today. Our coverage continues out here. And again, all of our social media, Taylor and EG are pumping stuff out with Forrester over there all day long. So follow that throughout the evening, even when we're done live here on the air at 4 o'clock Central today. You'll be able to get content all night long as we continue our coverage, as we do every year, of college footballs. The countdown is on. Talking season is here. We come back here to the Omni Hotel in just a moment, right here on the next round. This is TNR's coverage of SEC Media Days 2024, presented by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Just because you've quit going to the gym, it doesn't mean that you have to quit gym altogether. Dunaway, that is. With our Next Round podcasts open 24/7, 365, you can access gym anytime you'd like. While you may have done away with your treadmill routine, our version of Dunaway is standing by ready to get you back to your absolute best. Find all that lovely Jimmy D-led content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com. This message is sponsored by Jimmy Crypto Inc. and Jimmy Crypto for President.
Back with you live from SEC Media Days, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Rockstar, is Lunceford by chance back at his desk? If not, when he is, would you let me know?
He is not, and yes, I will.
Okay, please do, because I want to ask him about the meltdown times this week and also what they're doing with EA Sports College Football. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's as we're out here live. Odie's has got, I got a special email from Will Hebert talking about Odie's Fest coming up. I can't wait for that, July 27th.
Odie's Fest, July 27th. I need to pull those details real quick. I think he sent us a text, didn't he?
He did. It's an email. I got it right here.
Yeah, go on and tell us about it. 2 locations, though. The original in Crestline, is where Odie's Fest will be. Yep. The newest location right there in Edgewood. Get in, enjoy incredible food from Rodney Davis. High school beer buckets full of Bud Light, but Odie's Fest is coming up.
Odie's Fest will be, it's the 15th annual, by the way, in 35 years of Odie's. Can you believe that? 35 years. Saturday, July 27th. The Hurlers at 6, Tub at 7:30, the Negotiators inside at 10.
Yeah, and there's no cover this year.
No cover. What a great deal right there.
Yep. So you can go out and enjoy Odie's Fest. We appreciate that so much, too. Great locations. All right, so Shane Beamer is here today. And it didn't end well last year. What did they end up 5-7? They had a chance to beat Clemson at the end of the year that would have put them into a bowl play again. Would have been a big win over the rivals. And Spencer Rattler goes to the NFL without a trip to the bowl game in his final year at South Carolina. Where are you on Shane Beamer?
Oh, I am not high.
Yeah. I wish I was. I like the guy.
But he did such a good job the year before and had big wins over Clemson and Tennessee.
Well, that's kind of the Sam Pittman situation. So I look back, and to me, it's like, as a fan base, as a program, where are you really stacked in this 16, 1 through 16? And I think South Carolina is kind of there with Arkansas. Arkansas should be a little bit better, but just because Beamer had that one good year, we know it doesn't last with the money these guys are making in the SEC. And when you talk about difficult schedules, like, we're all talking about Florida's schedule because Billy Napier could get fired. We're talking about Oklahoma's schedule because they're coming into the league and they didn't get the benefit that Texas did with scheduling. South Carolina's going to be an underdog in 8 games. So let's just say they win the games they're supposed to and go 4-8. Where are you on Shane Beamer?
Well, let me pull him up. So that's back-to-back losing years, right?
Yeah, because they've got to go to Kentucky. They're going to be an underdog. They're going to be a dog at home to LSU, a dog at home to Ole Miss. They got to go to Bama, to Oklahoma. A&M coming in, probably a dog there. They've got Missouri coming in, good chance they're a dog, and they got to go to Clemson. Brutal schedule.
It is a brutal schedule, Dunaway.
And they do have a young quarterback coming in that they're very comfortable with, but do they have playmakers around him?
Yeah.
I don't know, but all I'd say is Spencer Rattler is an NFL quarterback now. And like, you couldn't get to a bowl game with Rattler, and now you've got this schedule.
So what was the record you asked me about? Where am I if he's 4-8?
Yeah.
Well, that's 7-6, 8-5, 5-7, 4-8.
I mean, if I'm a South Carolina fan, I'm still going with him.
Yeah, you're 24-26 overall. You're going to have a losing record in conference. That's 5 years. I mean, so
when I ask you guys, and I'm being, this is in all seriousness.
4 years.
Now, Georgia going 3 consecutive undefeated years is pretty incredible. But when you look at the history of this league, for South Carolina and Steve Spurrier to win 11 games in 3 consecutive seasons, is that maybe the most amazing accomplishment in this league?
I mean, it really is when you think back on it now. Now, the East wasn't what it was. Georgia wasn't. I mean, Mark Richt had them really good, but they weren't Kirby Smart good. You didn't have the beast of the East in Georgia. That's how they were able to get to Atlanta.
But this isn't 10 wins. This is 11 wins.
I know. No, it is remarkable. It just shows you the quality of Coach Steve Spurrier is. He did it at a football graveyard in Duke. He built Florida into what they became, and he did it at South Carolina. Those 2 bad jobs.
I think the phrasing that I keep having a problem with, you said it Friday about something else, about Georgia being undefeated in 3 straight years, and now you're bringing up the Spurrier thing, is when you say one of the greatest, how are you phrasing it, in SEC history?
Yeah, greatest accomplishments in SEC history football.
I mean, you can't get past what Nick Saban has done in 17 years, though. You just can't get past that.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying more amazing thing, like,
I mean, look at all the SEC championships Saban won.
But if you would have said when Saban came in, I thought he was going to be there 5 years and win a national championship. If you would have said he's going to be there 17 years and he wins 6, crazy. But even to me, because Saban is so great, what Steve Spurrier did at South Carolina, 3 consecutive 11-win seasons, like, what? I mean, I guess they're kind of equal because neither one's ever going to happen again.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just, like, if you're a South Carolina fan, and I happen to, Lance and I have a mutual friend that's as big as South Carolina, his whole family is going there, huge South Carolina fan. They're a fan base that kind of gets their history. They know they've been a bad football team,
right,
historically, but they're a pretty passionate fan base. I mean, they turn out for the games.
Absolutely. And they've got that ACC championship from back in the day. Yeah. And who knows, when realignment, they may have
another one.
They may be playing some old ACC teams at some point. One of our favorites, T-Bob Hebert, will join us coming up in the next segment. Show being brought to you by our friends at johnstonrvcenter.com.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 Indicator is where you find Johnston RV Center. They have repriced both of those lots. They are so confident, in fact, in their pricing of both those lots that they give you a nationwide price match guarantee. You bring them a price on a comparable RV, they will beat it. Not just match it, beat it. They're at Johnston RV Center. Both those locations, RV Warranty Forever gives you that lifetime warranty on anything new or qualifying used. So ask them about that at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 Indicator, home of the price match guarantee and RV Warranty Forever, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Okay, LT has told me he will not pop the top on a Bud Light until one of our guests does it first. Will T-Bob Hebert be the one that breaks the seal of the room? when we come back for hour number 2 from SEC Media Days, brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code next round.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
For a great experience in golf, go to Bent Brook, just off I-459 in the Birmingham area. You've got 27 holes where you can play your 18 holes 6 different ways. Open 7 days a week with 5 sets of tees that makes golf enjoyable for any level golfer. You get complimentary GPS on every golf cart, and the AU Victory bent grass greens play as pure as any in the area. Bent Brook continues to improve with upgraded greens and redesigned holes. Book that next tee time right now. BentBrook.com. BentBrook.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
You never know what we're up to here at the Next Round. The easiest way to stay in the know with our antics and adventures is to follow the Next Round across all social media platforms at Next Round Live on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Whether it's Dunaway sleeping in the studio, Tim and Lunceford breaking down the latest movie release, or Game Day Chronicles, we are here to keep you updated on the latest sports news while, of course, having just a little bit of fun. Follow at Next Round Live across all platforms to join in.
Are you tired of buying your CPAP mask and supplies online only to be disappointed? It's time to visit CPAP Plus, your locally owned and operated CPAP shop that prides itself on personal service. Come see what you're buying at CPAP Plus with 3 convenient locations in Pelham, Highway 280, and now open in Trustful. Drop by for a free CPAP checkup and free filters, no appointment needed. Plus, sign up for their giveaway for a chance to win a free travel CPAP machine. Just Google CPAP Plus or visit any of those 3 locations.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number 2 as we broadcast live from SEC Media Days, day 1. That includes LSU, South Carolina, Vandy, and Ole Miss, couple of playoff contenders. As we move throughout the week, we will get to Kirby Smart and Oklahoma's first time at SEC Media Days tomorrow. Alabama's day is Wednesday with Texas. Put those 2 behemoths on the same day. Final day here in Dallas, Hugh Freeze, who was on social media earlier today with his new outfit for SEC Media Days he'll be wearing here. He rolls in with Mike Elko and Texas A&M on the Thursday. A couple of the headliners as we move every day throughout the week, brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
I just saw Lane Kiffin literally by himself coming up the escalator.
Just solo.
I mean, there was nobody from Ole Miss with him.
No handler.
No handler. Did you talk to him? Say, hey, Lane?
No.
Yeah.
I was on the phone. I just watched him cruise up. He cruised up, and then he got on another escalator and went up to
now,
3.
Texas may change this, but the entryway down there very calm today. Like no fans I mean, that was the thing I've been asking a lot about, does this event feel the same? And frankly, it does not. And that's not a criticism of this event, but it does not feel the same.
It feels the same to me.
No. I'm just saying from where it was in Birmingham when it was a fan event. Now, it feels the same as it did in Nashville and Atlanta, where it's been a little bit more sanitized.
I like this atmosphere better, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I'm not being critical. I'm just saying it does not feel the same. You would agree, right?
It's because we've been here for college football playoff games to this building in this setup, and it feels like a college football playoff trip for me right now. Just with a lot more SEC media on the road here with us. A couple of LSU thoughts. T-Bob will join us in just a second. T-Bob will play the game, you think, too? He'll try to...
I think T-Bob's going to be our first cup ball beer pong participant.
Yeah, try to win hard-earned money.
Whatever.
And for his ability to drink beer. I find it hard to believe that he's going to pass on beer and money.
And money.
Yeah.
So T-Bob coming up here in just a second. Before LT tells us about our friends at CPAP Plus, I will tell you that I have communicated with Lunceford and Melton, the Meltdown guys. Their show live 6 o'clock all week long. 6 o'clock all week long. For some reason, I had it in my head they were going back to the original Meltdown days, and they were going to do it at 11 p.m. tonight.
Oh, that would be fun.
But they are not. It is 6 p.m. all week long for the Meltdown. But they are pulling an all-nighter tonight, live all-nighter, playing the new EA Sports college football game. So you get that happening tonight on these platforms, the same platform you're getting us. You get that tonight with the Meltdown guys. They will be experiencing the new EA Sports college football game as it's released, and you get that exclusively live with the Meltdown guys happening tonight. Tell us about our friends at CPAP Plus.
Yeah, our friends at CPAP Plus want to remind you, don't buy your mask and supplies from Amazon or online. Go see the folks at CPAP Plus and see what you are buying. Visit any of the 3 convenient locations. Pelham Highway 280, now open and trustful. Free CPAP checkup, free filters, no appointment needed. They carry the best equipment from names like ResMed, Fisher Paykel, React, with mask and supplies in stock every day. Like if you need it today, guess what? They've got it today. They also have travel CPAP machines. You can sign up for their July giveaway for a free travel CPAP machine. Just Google CPAP Plus or come into one of those 3 convenient locations with over 200 5-star reviews on Google. The folks at CPAP Plus are CPAP users themselves, so they know exactly what you need. Get in, tell them the next round sent you.
We'll talk Ole Miss football a little bit more later on. I know it's been pretty much LSU to start with on the show today, and it's another LSU thing I want to ask right here. Harold Perkins is, by some standards, the best returning defensive player in college football. Some people would put him in that case. With Brian Kelly and our new worked coaching staff, you've got to ask the question, will you put Harold Perkins into the position that most people think he'll play in the National Football League? Do you put him on the edge? What do you do with Harold Perkins this year? They've tried him. He burst onto the scene on the edge, and then they tried him in a different position last year to where he had different roles, and they moved him around, but he was stuck in the middle a lot.
I think I find out from Harold Perkins where he is absolutely positively the most comfortable, feels the most explosive, thinks he can make the most plays. And if I trust a guy, and listen, we saw Harold Perkins as a freshman. I think I could trust him in this, right? If I trust him enough and he tells me this is where I'm most comfortable, this is where I feel like I can make the most plays, that's where I want Harold.
It was really strange. The opener last year against Florida State, and that was kind of the story. Like, what is Harold Perkins doing playing inside?
Yeah.
Like, he is the quintessential edge rusher. And there are some reports that, Perkins wanted to play inside to play both. But now you've got a new defensive coordinator, and we'll get more with T-Bob Hebert on this, and Blake Baker coming in. And the defense can't be any worse than it was last year. But you look at Perkins' numbers, the numbers are pretty equivalent from freshman year to sophomore year. Tackles 72 to 74, sacks 7.5 freshman year to 5.5 last year. He just seems like, to me, a guy, if you put him on the edge and just say, see quarterback, get quarterback, he could have 15 sacks easy.
I mean, let me paint this for you. If his senior year, Devonta Smith went to Nick Saban and Steve Sarkisian and said, boy, I tell you what, I'll play anywhere you need me to play, coach. But you know where I see the field the best and I feel the most comfortable is in the slot. Do you think Steve Sarkisian would have said, "Well, I get you're not a slot receiver, not putting you in the slot"?
Yeah, it might, maybe. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I think Sark probably would have said, "So is that where you let me design those plays then for you? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll get you in the slot."
part of coaching is
the only
putting
difference was
them
they had Jalen Waddle, and they were like, "Oh, we're going to keep Waddle in the slot."
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, I hate to say that. It's probably the best thing that ever happened to Devontae was Waddle getting hurt just because he was so featured.
Yeah,
but. Is coaching not part of putting your players in the best position to have success?
it is. But if those players come and say, "I'm just telling you, this is where I'm the most comfortable," why, as a coach, do you not look at that and say, "Okay, let me see if I can make that work"?
Well, here's
why
what
do you want to just keep putting
tell
places
Harold
back up?
Perkins. Where do you think you're going to make your money in the NFL?
He's going to be on the. He's an edge rusher, and that's where I hope he's most comfortable, and that's where I would want him.
When I first saw him as a freshman, I thought to myself, "Dude, your college football's Lawrence Taylor for the next 3 years." For those of you old enough to remember him, the Giants just let him, hey, you line up wherever the hell you want to line up and rush the quarterback.
Well,
that's what I thought Harold Perkins would be doing.
I forgot who it was. Was it Dorian Thompson-Robinson? I forgot who the quarterback was, that he was walking down from behind.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about a quarterback with really, really good speed. And just to see his closing speed. And, to me, championships are won with great quarterback play and a great defensive line. And if you can get after the quarterback and apply pressure, especially in this league with some of the great quarterbacks, potentially great quarterbacks, I would have Perkins on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would want him because it feels like where you can make the biggest impact is rushing the passer. There is a reason. Lance said, where are you going to make your money in the NFL? Don't you think there's a reason in the NFL that they pay that kind of money?
Absolutely.
Well, it was Little T talking about Harold Perkins' quote earlier today was, I can play anything. I can play defensive line. I can play quarterback. I can play receiver.
And I believe that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, he's an incredible athlete.
But where can you play the best? And I just think part of that is if he's most comfortable rushing the passer from the edge, that's where I want him. Now, that's where I want him anyway, but I certainly want him where he's most comfortable making the biggest impact.
Lance'sLock.com brought to you every day by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Do you have a play on the home run derby?
Yeah, I gave a free lean out. I mean, I'll go on and say it. I posted a video earlier. I like Gunnar Henderson. When you talk, you've got two lefties. Ramirez will probably swing it from the left side, but you got two lefties. Globe Life, it really is a lefty as far as like a home run park. And Gunnar Henderson's plus 475. Pete Alonso's obviously your favorite.
It's a new format. I haven't paid attention to what the new format is. They're not timed on the swings now. They just have a certain number of swings. Somehow it's going to keep them from getting gassed and hurt.
I think Gunnar Henderson, and how about this little nugget for you guys? Only two shortstops have ever won the home run derby. Cal Ripken and Miguel Tejada, both Baltimore Orioles.
I was going to say, Rod.
Wow.
So both of them are Baltimore Orioles, huh? Cal Ripken.
I'm going to say Selma's pride.
We did the
pride of Selma.
We did the home run derby back when Cal Ripken was playing.
I'm surprised he won it. I don't remember Cal Ripken winning the home run derby.
He won it when it was in Skydome.
In Baltimore? Or in Skydome, okay.
Yeah.
How long have we been doing the home run derby?
A while.
Since 90 was the first year.
Yeah.
1990.
Yeah. How about that? I'd forgotten Cal won it.
Yeah.
Gunnar Henderson, Selma's own.
Yeah. I keep forgetting he's from Selma.
Yeah, we're working on getting him on, by the way.
Okay, good. I'd love to talk to him,
So my ex-brother-in-law, still really good relationship with Mac.
Yep.
But Mac graduated Morgan Academy with his brother.
Oh, how about
so
that?
Mac has been talking to him, and Gunner's like, hey, just give me a little time. I'm a little busy now.
I can imagine. I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services. They bring you Lance'sLock.com as T-Bob in a sports coat.
Oh, we got
slides in
205-229-2090 for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trusted name, Birmingham's trusted. It's 1954. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, all the guys there for more information. Hard to stop the train. HempHillServices.com.
Is that the trap chair?
It's a core workout for you. A little core workout.
I can't figure out how to lock these things down.
It's actually pretty chill.
I have never seen you in a suit before.
Yeah, you look good.
I don't wear a suit very often. I feel like it's kind of fun in the same way that when I wear my wizard costume to like Renfest is. It feels like I'm playing dress up, without a doubt. I just got so sick of hearing all the LSU people's crap about like every year, everybody's in suits, and I'm like, don't worry, I'll be back to my bathing suit and floral pattern buttoned up tomorrow.
Dude, I went to Comic-Con first weekend of June. Just to do some man on the street, Birmingham.
Oh yeah,
and it was pretty massive.
I did a panel at Birmingham Comic Con a couple of years ago. I did a Dungeons and Dragons panel. We did a little live session. It was very fun.
This was very this is a rookie mistake out of me. I interviewed a guy that came out. He's a knight, and like he goes around and he's a real knight. Like he had old school chainmail. He had, the what is it called? The ball and chain. And he was talking about
flail. Yeah.
A flail.
I mean, it could be either.
3 years he has worked to get to where he is right now, and the audio got all killed because there was a waterfall behind us.
So is he an actual metal armor? Because there are huge, I don't know about huge, but there are like medieval combat communities out there where they wear like actual plate armor.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I love going to Renfest every year. It's like my favorite thing. Me and my family.
Say that word
do.
for me again.
Renaissance Fest. Renfest.
Okay.
Yeah, although I really wanted to go. I go to the one here in Texas. Actually, it's supposed to be the biggest one in the world. But I just go to like the one in Hammond, Louisiana. But they have the joust every year, and who doesn't love the joust, right? But I grew up going to medieval times. Love medieval times.
Wasn't that where you had your rehearsal dinner?
I had my 18th birthday at medieval times, and not at my rehearsal dinner. That would have been a better place for my rehearsal dinner, to be fair. But what I was shocked to learn this year is that unlike medieval times, where everything is scripted, the actual joust at the Renaissance Fest is not. These guys are really jousting and trying to beat each other. Because last year I was talking to one of the nights afterwards, and I could tell he was on like a real high. Like he had adrenaline pumping through his body. And he was telling me, yeah, dude, I've been trying to beat this guy for like 5 years. He was like the old salty vet. And he finally had just gotten the dub that day, dude. My guy was fired up.
Hey, there could be some like damage done with the shrapnel from a joust if it goes wrong.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Bro. Did you ever watch the show Full Metal Jousting on History Channel back in the day?
Never seen it.
No.
Oh, they did I don't think it lasted past 1 or 2 seasons.
The Ultimate Warrior was awesome. Do you remember the Ultimate Warrior where you'd get like a Japanese samurai and they go against a ninja?
Yes.
Did you ever see The Last Duel, though? Ridley Scott's The Last
One of
Duel?
my favorite underrated medieval movies. I don't know why it doesn't get talked about more.
I agree with you 100% because that final duel was one of the and how historically accurate that thing had to have been with Adam Driver and Matt Damon. And if you haven't seen it, if you like good old fashioned in the mud violence, that's it.
Well, and I would say I'm going to give it at least to my amateur medieval lover historian knowledge. I'm going to give it pretty good on the accuracy scale. Because if you notice, all the interior shots were like super dimly lit and smoky. And I feel like that's how everything was back in medieval times.
And he went from a hero to getting his
dark
naked
and
body just
greasy.
hung up, right?
Yeah, it was. I love The Last Duel. It's actually what has me so excited about Gladiator 2.
Oh, can't
because he proved that Ridley Scott proves he still got it. Plus, like freaking water battles in the Coliseum. Yes.
Here's what
those creepy pale twins. Yes. Those two
Denzel.
dude. Yeah.
We're laughing about Denzel though. Denzel still in medieval times does the
He's training day, dude. He's just training day, but he's, it's the same thing. I mean, look, Denzel's going to give you great Denzel, and great Denzel works in a variety of ways. It's like Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson's never really that far outside of Woody Harrelson, but you can plug Woody Harrelson into almost any setting and you still like it.
Yeah, True Detective, People versus Larry Flint.
That's what I'm saying. All over, he can get plugged in anywhere. I mean, even people loved him in those freaking Hunger Game movies.
Do you want a cold beer?
And I would love a cold beer. If I could get a cold beer.
You want to go ahead and play? Why don't we just interview while he's playing cup-ball?
Okay, so
Little T, can you grab?
Do you want to play
3 Bud Lights?
This is like the
all right, here.
The sand version of
your headphones will reach if you want to go back.
Okay, yeah. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, just walk back there with Lance. There you go. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
All right. It's
and
working
so what we need to do, well, I guess we'll just both drink beer. But if you hit a shot, there is cash in every one of those buckets.
Okay.
So when you hit one of those buckets, you will get an envelope with a denomination of cash.
For real?
It could be a 20, could be a 50, could be a C note.
Oh, okay. So what do I do? How many shots do I get?
How many shots should we give him?
2. 2 shots?
Dunaway says 2.
2 shots.
Which ball am I using? The jam balls, or I get to choose?
You can use either one.
Either one. 2 to make 1. 2 to make 1.
I feel like generally when throwing these things,
I would go with the hacky
denser and smaller balls are going to be better.
Hey, look, so we'll call it behind this line, T-Bob.
Okay.
You got 2 shots to make 1.
2 to make 1.
And I just can make any bucket.
Any bucket.
Any bucket. You never know what's in it.
I really don't know the denominations. I don't know what I just randomly put them in there.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just try for the one up front here.
Oh,
you go. Does that count?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that counts.
Let's
That
go
counts.
one in the back this next time.
Well, let's
thought
see
I was
what
about
you
to go
got.
2 for
Running
2.
for the
Dude.
I'm
For
excited.
sure I was about to go 2 for 2.
This is our first cash winner. Grab that envelope out of that front bucket.
First winner?
Yeah.
I brought my kids to the arcade a couple days ago, and They had a beer pong game there. My 6-year-old girl made 7 out of 10 cups in the allotted time. I was like, well, damn, girl.
Had to be proud, right?
Okay, I see you. All right, so
Yeah,
what do I
don't worry
got
about
here?
that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's
Oh,
just
some
holding it
coffee.
down.
Hell
That's
yeah.
giving us
That's
weight.
right.
We'll get I get the coffee then?
Yeah.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Perfect
Perfect.
cup for you. Yeah, it's just playing a weight right
Make
there.
a good cold brew concentrate out of it.
Yeah.
Here
Here
we
we go. This is our first cash winner.
Is there a camera I can
Right here. This one.
$20, baby. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
It was going to be 20 or 50 or 100.
Let's
And
go.
then we will give you this too, just before I don't forget. So you get
Cheers. Just
little
more money?
Little open that up.
Okay, open it up. Okay.
By the way, that was the old LSU recruiting.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude. I feel like I'm back in the SEC now.
Suit.
I only got
Wasn't
one-
gonna look. He's gonna put it in.
I got one $20 handshake my entire playing
Are you
career,
kidding?
and it was from my friend's dad.
Oh,
No. There was something where, I mean, look, I was generally, I'm a well-off kid. I'm a silver spoon kid.
well, your
right?
dad played in the NFL.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So I don't think boosters found a lot of incentive to
That's right, yeah.
to need to give me too much money. Get a lot of free dinners. Oh hell yeah, dude! The Olive Garden. Let's
25
go,
bucks
dude.
in the Olive Garden.
Let's go. Actually, SEC Media Days is the only time I've ever eaten at the Olive Garden. We were in Hoover.
That's right.
And I was trying to finagle my way into an SEC network dinner or I don't know, maybe it was like a Sirius XM dinner or something. I was kind of hanging out with Jake and we're all at the bar talking and chatting and whatnot. And next thing I know, they all leave for dinner, and I did not get the invite. I thought I maybe would be able to, and I felt like it was like the most like high school like kind of bad feeling ever. And so, in order to make myself feel better, I went alone to the Olive Garden for the first time ever, and just ate unlimited breadsticks and fettuccine alfredo. And it was great.
So
It was,
good.
I mean, it was not a bad way to drown my
Well, now you've got a gift
drown my
card,
insecure sorrows.
and you've got enough money for a couple of cold beers and a tip.
So
Hell yeah,
Little T's gonna be building a leaderboard of who walks out with the most. So T-Bob's the leader now. $45 total now.
That's right.
$45.
I can't believe I didn't.
Will it stand up? Will it stand up? Will somebody
It's like-
find more money?
It's like
We'll find out.
Rocco's Jello shots. We'll find out. And by the way, just participating, you're in a drawing at the end of the week for a
Go, dude.
$250 Roback gift card.
Damn, son, how do y'all get all these? How do you get all these sweet deals?
Working
going
hard.
on? Let's go,
Roback.com.
man.
Code TNR20.
I got some. Old Panamsky sent me some Roback stuff when him and O were doing the new CEO initiative campaign. I love it. I like
The Roback's really, really good.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Not only is Texas maybe the most arrogant fan base coming into a conference you've ever been,
Transition.
but like this Texas, the whole
I noticed.
the whole state just loves themselves, don't they?
That's why I've always hated Texas, dude. I gotta try to keep Texas humble. I mean, and it honestly comes from my old man. If there's one team that he raised me to hate, it was the Dallas Cowboys. He had no problem with anybody else. And really, there's a state that he raised me to hate. It was Texas. And yeah, you could say it's out of jealousy. Well, yeah, good. I don't give a damn. It is out of jealousy. F him. I don't live there. They're cocky. They think they're awesome. Think their shit doesn't stink. They just like Texas loves Texas about as much as you'll find anybody that loves anything.
And it's a
So,
dust
yes.
bowl. I know there's some pretty cool cities.
Hubris, pride. I mean, get out of here. I was so mad when Texas did good last year. I thought that I was a big Sark hater. I was very much that like he's never won 10 games. Everywhere where he hasn't won 10 games, the next coach has come in and immediately won 10 games.
That's right.
And I said, look, Texas fans, you get mad at me, but like if he wins 10 games, he can prove me wrong and I'll accept it. I'll eat crow. So I ate some crow. And I'm not going hard after Texas this year. I know, I see it. I get it. They're probably going to be pretty good, but I do feel like they're kind of setting themselves up a little bit. They're kind of being crowned. I mean, they had one good year. In which they lost to Oklahoma. And if Oklahoma hadn't had probably the most disappointing 10-win season in college football history, there's no way that Texas should have even made it to the playoffs.
Lost to Kansas State.
Well, that was the whole thing. Now, to be fair, Ewers is out of that game, and they have to start Malik Murphy. But Kansas State had that game start till about 58.
How did Oklahoma screw that up? Brent Venables had a 10-win season off of 6-7. Should have beat Texas. That all should be a great season for him and his fan base. And yet, he finds ways to lose to Kansas, good Kansas team, but then also finds ways to lose to Oklahoma State in Bedlam, a game in which they never lose. And in losing, not only do you lose to a team in Oklahoma State that your fans absolutely hate and don't want to lose to, but you literally put your most arch rival over the top back into the Big 12 championship into the playoff, and now everybody thinks Texas has made it.
Yep.
And now everybody's giving Texas the benefit of the doubt. They're going to be a playoff team every year. They're right there with Georgia. What happens if Texas doesn't play in the playoff last year?
I know you would want this to come to fruition, but I brought up 1998 Tennessee Volunteers. Peyton Manning had just left for the NFL. T. Martin takes over.
T. Martin, baby.
They won a national championship. Is Garrett good enough to do that?
Is Garrett Nussmeier himself good enough to do that? I don't think I could answer that saying yes without just coming off like a complete homer, right? I mean, I think that I've seen very good the sample sizes that we have are excellent. Whether it's the SEC championship game against Georgia, in which he had to come in after Jaden got hurt. Last year's bowl game is really the main one to point to. And what I love about last year's bowl game is I don't really give a damn about the stats, even though they're great. It was like, wasn't like 395 and 3 touchdowns, I think. It's
good Iowa defense too.
Yeah. Well, no, they were up against Wisconsin. Iamaleava was against Iowa.
Yeah. Okay.
But and you know, whatever. I don't know what the fuck Wisconsin. I'm sorry. Can I say?
Yeah. You're completely
I don't know
fine.
what Wisconsin is nowadays, but the point is, like, he had good numbers, but what I really liked about Garrett that game was LSU got down 14 to start the game. They were down 14 to start the second half, and then with 6 minutes left, he gets the ball, about 5.5 minutes. He's staring down a 94-yard field, needs a touchdown to win. And if he doesn't, if you give the ball back to Wisconsin, you're gonna lose. Your defense sucks. You cannot stop him. And I'll be damned if he didn't calm, cool, and collected, go drive it 94 yards downfield and throw the game-winning touchdown. So it wasn't the raw numbers that got me so excited from that bowl game. It was the context of it, the situational success. So I think Garrett could be great. I think he's got an incredible offensive line in front of him, the best I've probably ever seen.
Wow.
From LSU.
Better than the 11.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about 11 is we were we were like a blue-collar line. Like, nobody made it in the league. Not a single person from the 2011 offensive line ever played in the NFL.
That's crazy.
This will have multiple big-time NFL players. So, yeah, I think when you're a new quarterback, that's probably the best thing you could possibly have. It's one of the reasons why I'm so bullish on Milroe. But like, can he win a championship? I mean, I don't know about that. He himself is probably good enough, but like, we just haven't seen a ton. And, you know, the defense and everything is just such a question mark.
But we don't have to win championships right now. We don't have to talk about that. We just talk about making the playoff.
I think he can make the playoff. I think the playoff. I think he's good enough to make the playoff. And I kind of got LSU as a 9-3 team with a really friendly schedule that actually breaks out where maybe they go 10-2. And if you go 10-2 in the SEC, you're gonna.
I agree. So 10-2 means you beat Alabama in Baton Rouge, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Not necessarily. So I love to break down schedules like this. I look at your for sure wins, and then I look at your toss-up games, and I like to just play the odds and go like 50-50 on the toss-ups, right? If we count Alabama as a for sure loss, then your toss-up games, I would say at A&M's a little sketchy. LSU's not had a lot of success in College Station, and I'm pretty bullish on A&M. Ole Miss at home, you would say, is a toss-up. But like, outside of that, like, I mean, is that Florida a toss-up? I could probably give that as a win for LSU.
Yeah, same with USC.
I think LSU should beat USC. If they don't, then it's a disaster anyway.
Yep. Easy over UCLA.
Yeah. And so it becomes a situation where it's like, okay, so really, and then I would say Oklahoma's a toss-up. So you got Oklahoma, Ole Miss at home, Oklahoma at home, and at A&M. And you win 2 of those 3, and even with the Bama loss, you're 10-2.
To go 10-2, though, this defense, you referenced it when you were talking about the Wisconsin bowl game, has got to be better.
Yeah.
Blake Baker, what do we know about him? How
Baker's great.
Immediate will the impact be?
Yeah, Baker's great. He's got such an interesting attitude for a coach in that he's like super chill and laid back. Like, he's like a funny guy who doesn't take stuff really seriously, which is pretty rare, I feel like, to see in this business. Probably like Drinkwitz, which is why I think they were actually such a good pair in Purdue, because that's the same way Drink is.
Does that mean he's a zinc guy? Is he popping those little nicotine things?
Little Zins?
Yeah.
I'm not a zinc guy. He loves sunscreen. He's into like natural minerals, so he hates UV rays. Hey,
are you a Zin guy? Or
what's the most powerful offense? The sun.
That's
okay,
right.
give me some zinc. No, that's the ultimate D coordinator love.
One Bud Light sideways.
No, I am a lover of all things tobacco and nicotine. I just do not allow myself to have them super regularly.
Okay.
Because I love cigars, I love cigarettes, I love dip, I love zins, I love hookah, I love smoking out of my Hobbit pipe. I mean, look, human beings have built entire empires off tobacco. I think it's pretty much encoded in us to love it. But no, oh, God, I love a cheeky cig. Can't do it every day though. Cannot every day.
Swisher Sweet.
In a pinch, but normally Swishers be used for something else.
Yeah. Would you rather? Honestly, would you rather have weed or a cigarette?
Oh well, I'm a medicinal marijuana carrier.
Okay.
So no. I'm weed's my first love. But I mean, a good spliff, put them together. I mean, that's just peanut butter and jelly. No, but Baker. So Blake Baker, though,
your transition back to that. So
the greatest kind of data point that we can point to, besides his success in Mizzou, he obviously did very good at Mizzou as D coordinator, right? But in 2020, Damone Clark was LSU's middle linebacker under Bo Pelini. That defense was god awful as well. That defense was about as bad as last year's. They got better towards the end, but they were god awful. And Damone Clark, I'd watch film every Sunday night and Monday. We just come in and I'd be like, this is like the worst linebacking play I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, this guy's awful. He looked awesome. Beautiful body. Looked like my old man used to say, looked like Tarzan, play like Jane.
Yep.
And so I thought, this guy just can't play. Blake Baker comes in as linebackers coach. The next year, Damone Clark had 135 tackles, 16 and a half TFLs, 6 sacks. He had like 4 forced fumbles. I think he had a couple of picks. He was an All-American. And now he's a starting linebacker for the Cowboys. But again, it went from, I watch all of LSU's film very, very closely. And I thought this guy sucks and is the worst linebacker I've ever seen to that. And he did it in a year. And now he's trying to do that with Harold Perkins.
Yeah.
And we talked to Baker on off the bench the other day, and I was kind of buttering up with the Damone Clark thing, being like, that was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And unbidden, he went ahead and then mentioned and that's like what I'm seeing out of Perkins now. Like Perk is like the same type deal. He just has a really good ability to meet a player where they are at in terms of communicating. And he says that that's kind of one of his passions, is figuring out what the best, instead of being, you have to meet me here, which is a very NFL mindset, because everybody's so physically talented that it's a lot of times these small things that make the difference of whether you make it or not. He meets his players, his best player, who has the most talent. How do I best communicate our message, that scheme, to that talent, and then try to really feature it? So yeah, that Damone Clark angle really has me excited about what he's going to be able to do with Harold Perkins and the defense as a whole. Now, the interior defensive line, big Achilles heel, question marks elsewhere as well, but they will be better than last year, without a doubt.
Better movie based in Texas, Urban Cowboy or North Dallas 40.
I don't think I've ever actually seen either movie, surprisingly.
Wow.
And I count my John Travolta's Urban Cowboy.
Oh, you need to see
it. Is that when everybody started wearing like cowboy attire in the cities? Didn't it cause a bit of
it did
style revolution?
And Gillies was like the big honky tonk. I guess you got Billy Bob's here now. You would like it.
Line dancing too? Was line dancing out of that?
Well, so they had the punching competition, they had the bull riding, they had the dancing competition. So I think some did come out of that.
Two-step, the Texas two-step.
Never seen North Dallas.
Okay, so let me give you
Dallas
two others.
Buyers Club.
Oh yeah,
great
that's
movie.
based out of Texas.
That's uplifting, isn't it? Okay, so 2 other ones in: Hell or High Water.
Oh, that's an incredible movie.
Or No Country for Old Men.
God, it's wild. Both those movies are awesome, and I have not seen both since theaters.
Wow.
I'm gonna go Hell or High Water because I love the is it Ben Foster?
Yeah, he's such an underrated actor, man.
I am Comanche. Yeah, I'll go.
He goes out in a blaze of glory, doesn't he?
Yes, even though again, No Country for Old Men is as classic as classic gets, and I could watch Tommy Lee Jones just like talk for hours and listen to him. God, his voice is incredible.
I do like Tommy Lee Jones.
All time.
You just listen to him on anything.
All time good voice.
Yeah.
Him, It's like that scene in The Irishman when De Niro and Pesci are eating bread and drinking wine out of small cups, speaking Italian. I feel like I could have watched. People talk about how long The Irishman was.
Yeah.
I could have watched 4.5 hours of them just talking at that dinner table.
I liked it too, man.
Yep. All right, he is T-Bob Hebert off the bench. He and Hester do it every morning. You see him all the time. He is our first winner in cup ball. He will be in the drawing for the Roback gift card, $250, roback.com.
Wait, so hold on now. You
All
ain't gonna let me out of here without talking about Alabama. So how
You're
we,
bullish on Milroe.
So my take on Milroe is that without a doubt, there is not a top flight quarterback with like more poised to take a massive jump than Milroe.
Interesting.
I think that it's weird how so many people act like he's such a known quantity when last year was his literal first year of starting. I think you don't make a bigger jump as a player from your first to second year. I think that he was giving Tommy Rees as an offensive coordinator, which was obviously not
not ideal.
No, it felt like it was a good hire. Obviously, it was not. You go from Tommy Rees to now Kalen DeBoer. That is a shocking upgrade when it comes to offensive theory. Just look at what DeBoer did with Penix both at Indiana and Washington. We did it with Jake Hayner. Milroe's physical potential is obviously through the roof. The area in which he should improve is so obvious that I always think it's like, as a player, that's somebody that I look at. Same way with Jaden Daniels just flipped. Last year, Jaden Daniels had all the short intermediate stuff from 2 years ago. And the one thing we talked about all offseason was he's got to be willing to take shots. He's got to be willing to attack the sidelines, go deep, take the top off of defenses. And that's what he did, right? That's what he focused on all offseason. He did it. Well, Milroe's just the opposite. He's got the big play part down. He's just got to get some of the short to intermediate stuff. The only thing that worries me about Milroe is the offensive line. But everything else, it's another year starting. It's behind, or not the offensive line, the weapons. The weapons.
The line's going to be good.
The line's going to be awesome. No, awesome offensive line.
You're worried about receivers.
Huge upgrade coaching wise. Second year starting cannot be overstated. And honestly, DeBoer loves to run the ball. I talked about this with Washington all the time last year. Go look at every big game they were in. They always ran the ball about 30 to 35 times.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not even like it's going to be on all Milroe to make it happen. And look at the improvement even from South Florida to the end of the year. Like, that's why I was just laughing when I'm seeing these Alabama fans, like, chanting for, like, a quarterback competition in the spring. It's like, it's an old episode of Family Guy where they go to a timeshare presentation. At the end, they're like, Peter, here, you can have a boat or you can choose the mystery box. And Lois trying to get to go to the boat, and he's like, "Whoa, Lois, hold on now. A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could be a boat." It's like, what are you guys talking about? You have an elite quarterback right here.
Yeah.
Let my guy grow a little bit. He's going to be massive.
So we've agreed 10-2 or 9-3 gets SEC teams in, especially with a brand like Alabama. But if I asked you right now, is Alabama in or out 12-team playoff end of the year?
9-3 would be disastrous for Alabama. I think Alabama's absolutely in.
I think your boy Moscato, your cigar smoking, whiskey swilling Moscato. I mean, he is sitting there every time I see something on social media. Tuscaloosa's burning.
I think Matt's getting out of that what Matt wants.
It was fun. It was fun for a little bit, but then now you look up and Alabama's second in recruiting and
number one now.
I do yesterday.
Number one now.
Got another
subjective business.
Hey, Bob, I brought this.
I mean, it is kind of funny how, like, I would love to see the numbers on these recruiting companies where the subscribers are coming from.
We were usually from where number one.
Yeah, exactly.
We were at a charity golf tournament a couple of months ago out for the Rise Foundation.
Yeah, out at North River.
And I asked Kalen DeBoer, I was like, do you expect to win a national championship in year one? And they kind of laughed at me, but I'm like, he played for one at Washington.
He's got way less talent.
He's got a better roster.
Yes. No, I mean, that's the thing. You've given this guy who has done more with less than anybody. I mean, he two-piece Sark, he three-piece Lanning. His record against like top 10 teams at Washington was insane. In almost every one of those games, he had the less talented team. And so now you give him, the what kind of cars do the recruits like at Alabama nowadays?
Dodge Charger.
Still Chargers? They haven't upgraded like Lambos or like
Mercedes.
Well, whatever. Now you give this guy a Ferrari, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. This is why we laughed at him, though. It was because Kalen's, it's 100 degrees. He's sitting down. He's sitting down, and he barely gets his headset on. LT said, "So, national championship this year."
But isn't there honesty there though? That I mean, that is, if nothing else, it's like the New York attitude versus where at the South will maybe butter you up a little bit and then talk trash behind your back. No,
we
man.
didn't think LT would go like the host at the Cheesecake Factory.
If there's anything wrong with that, he's getting paid good money.
I would still have it Georgia, Bama, Ole Miss, Texas, and then like LSU, Tennessee, Mizzou battling.
Yeah. All right, T-Bob Hebert, we're going to send you home some coffee too. Your next round coffee. You got it all, man. Roback gift card drawing.
Thanks so much, guys.
Coffee,
Thank you so much, man. We
Yeah,
appreciate
good to
you
see you as
so much.
always.
He's going to walk on out. We may have a guest before our next commercial break.
Sure.
Taylor, field check with EG, see if he's ready to go now.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're watching and would like to be like T-Bob, just like him, dressed with great hair, crush your beer can
in a suit,
and enjoy the coffee, you can do that. Hey, you pick off the shelf over there. We got some non-smashed coffee. T-Bob on the shelf over there. You can get a discount. Who is coffee with our friends at Media Days. Media Days 24 is the promo code with Who is Coffee. Media Days 24. They're the maker of the next round blend. Media Days 24. You get 24% off the entire order. You can go ahead and bring them in right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Jared.
Yeah. Media Days 24. Get 24% off. That's your entire order right there. Go ahead and have a seat, sir.
How you doing, Jared? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, we're continuing live. MyBookie bringing you our coverage from SEC Media Days.
That's right. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Jared Ivey is with us now. Ole Miss Rebels in town for SEC Media Days. What is up, my man? How are you today?
I'm doing really good. So, we were just in the sprinter 20 minutes ago, and now I've done 25 interviews. So it's been a speed run.
Yeah,
it's a good looking suit.
Well, it is a good looking suit.
Yeah. NIL, different world, right?
No. Well, shout out to the guys, Finch and Kelly, back in Oxford. They put this one together, and we're working on a new piece. So they're just awesome to work with.
Do you go 3-piece all the time?
No, I really was inspired by the TV show Peaky Blinders. They wear a lot of 3-piece suits.
Did you watch the whole thing?
I did watch the whole thing. Yeah.
What did you think about the ending?
I think obviously they're trying to set up the movie that's going to be coming out maybe next year or the year after. So, I don't want to give any spoilers away. I think, I don't know. I hope the movie can figure some stuff out.
Do you know, do they have Cillian Murphy signed up for the movie? Do you know?
I believe so. I wouldn't imagine that he wouldn't be on. You can't really do it without the Tommy Shelby. So.
Yeah, such a good character. I love that show.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable show. I'm a big movie TV guy, so yeah, I love stuff like that.
Do we need to wrap? Or is that what you're telling me? Oh, he's got to be upstairs 5 minutes? Okay.
Wow, so we better.
We'll go rapid fire.
We're not live, are we?
We're live.
Yeah.
So you go from Georgia Tech to Oxford, and we've always debated In-N-Out Burger. The varsity is what it is. Really good when I'm hungover, but are you a varsity fan?
So right? You get it. Like I feel like for us, it was like kind of a field trip deal. Like oh my God, the varsity when you're a little kid. But I mean, I lived in a dorm that was like 3 minutes from it. I probably didn't eat the varsity once while I was at
There you go.
There's so many other options. It's just why would you?
Well, do we need to wrap?
You got to go upstairs.
No, you guys seem like some funny guys. I mean,
no, but so Jackson Dart, one of the main reasons you came back. Does he really drive an Aston Martin?
I mean, when he feels like it.
Yeah.
It's in the garage or whatever.
It looks like such a fun place to play right now at Ole Miss. Is it fun?
Well, Oxford is just it's such a nice town. Like it's such nice people. It really is one of those family environments. I know it's cliche, but a lot of guys say that when they come in, and you just can't get out. They call it the Velvet Ditch for a reason.
Okay, word association. It just
word association. You have to leave.
They want you to go.
I have to leave. Is my word association. Please go.
I was going to say Joey Freshwater. What comes to mind?
Beer.
Hey, do us a favor real quick.
What's that?
Let him take a shot real quick.
Oh, he's got to go.
Yeah, just take one.
There's cash in that bucket.
Yeah, take one shot. Take one shot.
So, like, like cash.
Yeah, one shot.
That's it.
As you walk out, just take a shot. Any bucket.
Hit a bucket.
Any bucket.
You can't do it like right there. You got to back up a little bit.
No, that doesn't have cash in it. Grab the other one. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, now grab
the envelope.
It's all yours.
The envelope. Open it up. What's in it?
Let's see.
20 bucks. Hey, thank you for coming by.
You got some ball busters with you.
Jared Ivey, $20, everybody.
Hey, that'll go a long way at the varsity.
That's right.
I mean, why even bring him in? Literally, first question.
Wrap him up.
Greg Sankey sits with us for 3 hours. That's unbelievable.
What a great, how long was
that
it?
SEC girl was panicking.
Yeah.
What a great 42 minutes of programming there. Our show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. They're bringing you all of the fun and jocularity you're getting here. Promo code next round, mybookie.ag. This is Rockstar, I believe, the first commercial break of the hour. Commercial break number 1 for the
That is accurate.
Along the way. We'll catch up along the way. This is the next round live from SEC Media Days.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites. Only at Twin Peaks.
When on YouTube, you constantly hear requests to please like and subscribe. Well, here at Disrupt Media, we aren't going to play that game. Those demands are frankly outdated. So we just want you to hit like or subscribe. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Pick a path, hit like, or hit subscribe. It's your call. We don't care which, just pick one. Or go to Roll Tide Pods and do it. Or War Damn Pods. Or the Disrupt Media YouTube channel. Or the Meltdown. Just make a decision and stick with it. Like or subscribe, the choice is yours.
Hey, you. School's coming back. Time to gear up. And at New Balance Birmingham, we know what's up. Before hitting the books, check out the looks. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280, right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Buying that perfect home is one of the most important financial decisions you'll ever make, so it's crucial that you have the right partner to help you through the process. Hi, I'm Lisa Zeig, Vice President Mortgage Loan Officer for Bryant Bank, and I'm here to tell you that we are that partner, making it easy to buy with confidence. We offer a variety of mortgage products to fit your unique home buying situation. That kind of hassle-free approach might not be what you'd expect from a bank, but it's exactly what you can expect from us. Give me a call today or visit one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama and let me show you what banking beyond expectation is all about.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Back with you at SEC Media Days in Dallas at the Omni Hotel as we continue on. The show brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. That's owned by our friend Greg from Pell City. 20 years locally owned right there. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau and trusted by insurance agents. Free no-cost roof inspections. He can handle storm repairs and roof replacements. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for Storm Restoration Roofing. That's Greg from Pell City, the great folks there. And again, on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Check him out right there. You see the phone number on your screen, 205-542-3531. Thank you to Tyler, who's doing Forrester's job back there in Birmingham, Lunceford, and, of course, Rockstar, who's punching the show and everything there. 4 downs in just a second in this segment, Rockstar. So we'll get to 4 downs in just a second. But we had a brief encounter there with a little Ole Miss. And I wanted to ask you about Lane Kiffin this year. This is Lane Kiffin's best roster ever. True statement or not?
I would say it is a true statement.
Better than USC? You mean Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss or Lane Kiffin period?
Kiffin anywhere.
I mean, he had to have had a better one at USC.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
All the talent they got at USC, huh?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
he did.
Not at that point in time.
Well, you know, they just didn't have the scholarships. You know, I remember there was a point where Lane was down to like 74 scholarship players.
True. He was, yeah.
Because he took the blunt of the Reggie Bush.
Now, I'm not saying the Oakland Raiders could beat and win this game, but Oakland Raiders, compared to the rest of the NFL, his roster wasn't great then either. This is Lane Kiffin's best roster.
Yeah, I think with Walter Nolan coming in defensively, I think he's arguably got his best quarterback. I mean, Jackson Dart was a former USC guy. I'm trying to think the quarterbacks, Matt Barkley. I think this is his best roster.
Wow. So then,
now with that said, we've never seen Lane Kiffin actually with these type of expectations. Like coming off 11 wins, the most wins in Ole Miss history.
Right.
Like there's no I got to pull that back. There is pressure. Like if Ole Miss doesn't go to the college football playoff this year,
total disappointment.
Disaster.
Yep.
And especially with that schedule.
Here's what Nick Saban, I'm just reading Mike Rodak on Twitter right now. What Nick Saban just said on the SEC Network about Ole Miss. I think it's the first time Ole Miss can really match up front. That's always been their issue. They'll win 11 games. These are the words of Nick Saban here. They'll win 11 games. They'll lose to Georgia. They'll lose to us because they can't match up front. They can this year. He was saying they would lose to us. Alabama does not play, but he was saying when they lost because they couldn't match up front. They're going to look more like an SEC team this year. So Nick Saban agrees with what you're saying.
I didn't realize he was going to be as definitive. Hey, look, they're going to go 11-1 and they're going to lose to Georgia. But they're in a college.
No, he's already said today that Alabama will not make the SEC championship game.
Wow.
Damn.
No, he did.
Yeah.
He said, and he was.
But see, that helps Kalen DeBoer.
Well,
that hurts Lane Kiffin. As far as expectations.
Rat poison.
Nick Saban has given it. Yeah, Nick Saban has given Lane Kiffin all the rat poison. He will win 11 games. He's taking the pressure off Kalen DeBoer. He will not be in the SEC championship.
He said, I was going to give you the quote on.
Fitzy joining us, by the way?
He's welcome to.
Yeah, Fitzy, can you hop in with us?
You want to come on at 2? You want to do it now?
We're going to do this thing we call 4 down.
Yeah, let him do 4 downs.
Yeah, come on in with us here.
I forgot he's got the boot on.
Okay, but we haven't reset the thing for Fitzy, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Yeah.
Complete mess.
Little T.
Can
you reset
we
the buckets?
Reset
can you reset our buckets
for Fitzy?
Yeah.
We're going to play some beer pong with you later for prizes.
Yeah.
Boys, what do we got, man? I came down just to get off this peg leg I've got. And
I told you to amputate that thing 2 years ago.
Dude, so we were just at the beach, and I brought my youngest Marin with me. And whoa, heads up.
Yeah,
okay.
I think
it's a core workout.
Don't lean back. All right, there you go. I don't have a core.
Do you want a cold beer, by the way?
No, thank you, though. And I appreciate the offer, though.
Yeah, we got a cooler back there. T-Bob in a suit, knocked it out, crushed the can. Shocking, right?
Yeah.
For A-Bear? Yeah, I would expect nothing less. But anyway, so we're at the beach, and Marin looks at me and says, you know what, Dad? It'd be a lot better for all of us if a shark just gnawed that thing off.
Dang.
Thanks, kid.
That's cold.
Yeah.
She's already making fun of you. Tell them how you messed your foot up.
No one cares about this.
No, they want to hear the story.
What is crazy is just how long it has just festered.
Tell Lance and Dunaway and the fine people throughout the nation how you messed your foot up.
When you say fester, it makes it sound like a bad toenail.
No, I've had 16 surgeries on this thing.
No, you haven't. 16.
Yeah.
16,
dude. They took
I remember this.
the artery and muscle flap from my wrist and put it down there.
Yeah, I remember that.
Did they ever give you the option of amputation? Seriously?
Yeah, no, it came. It was the last round. They took grafts from my left thigh, two from my right groin, and the last round they said if this doesn't take, we're going to have to go ahead and break out the axe.
They use an axe.
Yeah, or a saw, whichever way you want to go with it, right? I mean, so that was the last round was 4 or 5 years ago, and so I'm cutting the grass. I refuse to pay somebody to cut my grass.
Yeah,
that would drive me. It drives me insane when I have to do it if I'm out of town.
Yeah.
So before we're going on vacation, I'm out there cutting the grass. We have these 2 magnolia trees in front, and I stepped on a magnolia cone and rolled my ankle. But you got to double cut your yard, man,
That's
because
right. Look good.
Thank you, man. Because if you only cut it one way, the tire tracks, so you have the little, those randoms that still kind of pop up. So I'm double cutting it, and Marin and my wife are in the front yard, and I roll it, but I still continue to cut it. And Marin goes, I got this. Well, no, I got it. What does my dumb ass do? Roll it on another cone.
The double roll.
And so I've been in a boot now down in Santa Rosa. I'm walking. It was bad.
Double cut, double roll.
So I got to go to the dock after Big Ten Media Days. I got to go there next week. I'm in this boot now for 2 weeks, and then we're praying no surgery before football season.
Yeah. Marin, this is where my
Thanks
daughter,
for bringing it up. Appreciate it.
This is where my daughter would tell you, make sure he's putting money in savings now so you can put him in a nursing home. Because we're not far away from that.
Nursing home? I won't see 70, man. Are you kidding me? I mean,
hey, the judge is still alive.
The judge is. I was just at the judge's house. The judge's. Was that Atlanta?
Yeah,
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
What kind of
it is
beach
never
house?
Are you serious?
It's one of our clips.
Oh yeah.
Rockstar plays it as a trash open.
Yeah.
Rockstar. Of course, Rockstar does.
Rockstar.
He's just. Rockstar's a prince.
Rockstar, can you pull it up and let us know when you have it so you play it for Fitzy so he can hear it?
Yeah.
So the judge is now the judge he's had some issues. Part of the reason we went down there, right, Mayor? Where he's got anywhere from 6 months to 3 years. So at some point in the next 3 years, you're going to end up being correct.
I mean, we are amputation and a timeline.
No, he'll go down before Ole Miss ever plays for an SEC championship.
I mean, I'm kind of looking at this year. Well, this year they're not. By the way, I agree with you guys on Ole Miss, man. I mean, there is an immense pressure on that squad.
No doubt.
You got, what? If you combine the guys that are coming in through the portal, they got to have 20 starters.
Yeah.
Back. When I say either on their own squad or coming in via the portal, true frontline starters. They got 20. They have an established quarterback. The only thing is, can Lane not screw it up?
Yeah.
That's the one big question. But I agree with you guys, man. I mean, it is not just get to the 12, but survive an advance, win a game in the college football playoff. That's how loaded they are.
All right, so here you go. Listen up. Here's the trash up. Hit it, Rockstar.
Hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead.
My brother died.
Oh, yeah.
My brother died.
LT's Trash is presented by
Swing and a miss.
Rockstar.
The best.
Had the wrong family member.
The best part of it is you said, no, it's my brother that died. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Laughter.
In case, you can't tell that we've known each other since 1990.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Hey, so what kind of beach house does corruption buy?
a compound.
It's amazing.
Dude, I mean,
corrupt judge in Louisiana can have a compound.
I mean, if you're a Louisiana politician, I mean, easy on the corrupt part. I mean, we all kind of assume.
I think it's baked into the cake. But it's
it's just part of like seasoning. Like throwing Tony Chachere's out there. But I mean, there was a lot of emphasis on that first word there, right? It was a punch. So we go down there. The girls, they each brought a friend, and they have a 2,000 square foot house to themselves.
Okay.
And then you got a lap pool in the middle, and then the main house, and the entire compound. Imagine Santa Rosa, right? Is over an acre.
Wow.
On a golf course.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
so to answer your question, that's what it gets you.
Hey, do the Fitzsimmons boys get that when he goes down?
God, you are so dark.
He is.
I'm just asking you straight up.
I mean, I have no idea. I doubt it. He married well. The second wife is
a lot younger.
12 years. Yep.
Women outlive us, man. So
there's no doubt.
Yeah.
I've told my wife a million times, I have to go first. You can't go first.
Well, you really can't control that.
Well, you can.
Well, you can.
I mean,
he's pacing well.
Yeah. I'm on the trajectory to make that happen.
If you look at the scars, he's trying as hard as he can.
It's like when I go and the coroner says, you're on the ME's, slab.
Yeah.
And they ask your next of kin, any scars or tattoos. She'll look at him and go, it will be easier to not list them than to go ahead and list them.
Well, there are no tattoos, but
no, there's 3.
Oh, you got 3 tattoos?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. All right here on the left thigh.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a Celtic knot with my daughter's initials and my wife's initial. When my brother passed away, you missed that one.
Yeah,
I got the family crest with Brothers Fitzsimmons, and then when my grandfather passed away, May 10th, 1990, I wasn't allowed to come home. I was at boarding school because I got shipped off because I was a bad kid.
Right.
With the Finkelstein kid. Anybody gets that movie reference, man, you get a free $25 Panda Express gift card courtesy of Lance Taylor.
Hey, by the way, let's see what you get. Ready?
Come on with it. Anyway, I got that one. There you go. Those 3.
Connor O'Gara coming up with us from Saturday Down South.
I thought you were at 3. Connor, what the crap are you doing here?
Here we go. Ian's
you want to pick this? You want me to?
Connor played Eastern time here.
Marin, you don't want to do it?
Yeah.
Come on, Marin. Come on, Marin.
It's really
peer pressure.
It's not that exciting.
Yeah.
Peer pressuring my own daughter. Is that good? Is that proper parenting?
By the way, just for participating, you are in a drawing for a $250 gift card from Roback. Roback.com.
Come on with it.
TNR20 for 20% at checkout.
Let's see what you got.
What'd you get?
Is the judge
This is
still
just
with it?
for being a guest.
Red Lobster, baby.
Hey.
$25.
Right.
Flavor Flav.
When was the last time any one of you went to Red Lobster?
Can't remember.
So I threw up on a Hostess there when I was 10. I did. You know those really pink hot dogs? I just come in from baseball camp. I was in St. Petersburg, threw up on our legs. But I've been to one.
That memory stuck.
It did.
Was it not?
For both, I'm sure.
I've never been.
You've never been to a Red Lobster?
You've got no excuse.
I'm in.
Those cheddar biscuits are legit.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're being serious.
No, the Cheddar Bay biscuits are good.
Yeah.
And I think for just $5 out of your own pocket, you can get the Flavor Flav special.
At this point, for $5 more, you get the whole franchise. Take the gift card and say, how much do I have to add to this to be a franchisee?
The only thing that would have been better was like Burger King. Last time I went to Burger King, my left leg went numb.
Yeah. Now, you've done this long enough, and you know how many sponsors he sells, and you're just firing shots. You don't know what's one of our sponsors and what's not.
Well, let's give him one.
So, yeah, what do you need?
I'm just saying that.
Do I care about this guy? He's putting family members in the grave.
You don't know if Red Lobster is one of our sponsors?
I know Red Lobster is not one of your sponsors.
You didn't know if Burger King was? You're just coming here firing off shots.
Is Red Lobster a sponsor?
No.
Thank you.
Not yet.
There's no.
Well, they don't have any money to spend. Hey, so grab something. You got 2 shots for the bucket.
Yeah.
Whatever you get, there's money in every bucket.
Marin, come on.
God, Marin, you got to take the shot, Marin.
You are worthless.
You're more
crippled.
He broke both of his ankles mowing the grass.
I got a better one of them.
I don't think we reloaded, did we?
Yeah, we're gonna need two envelopes.
I know who comes up with it. Never mind. It's him. Yeah, no, you come up with all this. What were you doing in your hotel room last?
I was
wow.
Wait, hold on a minute. That was a loaded question.
I was stuffing envelopes.
Where's the cash envelope?
Yeah,
I'll run again. Hold on.
Okay. All right, Lance gonna do that, and then you two are gonna play. Y'all are gonna play. We got cash envelopes.
Marin, cash envelopes. You get to keep the cash if you play it. You keep the cash.
Come on,
you keep the cash.
You're playing. Yeah, you are. If you want to go home, you want to eat tonight? Come on, Mayor. Come on. There we go. She's a basketball player and a volleyball setter.
Now stand next to the cooler
and a softball pitcher.
Cooler full of beer, but you cannot have a beer. You're not 21.
Yep. Our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Yeah, but
now that is a sponsor.
Top of the
Bud Light.
Yeah, come on with it. 100%.
Bud Light, ain't no doubt about it, my friend. All right, so Marin,
ice cold, refreshing.
You get
Bud Light.
You get two shots to make one, 2 to make one.
Yep.
That's right.
That's right. Stay behind that line.
2 to make one.
2 to make one for Marin. This is Fitzy's daughter.
We got beer pong over here.
Beer pong over here. Come on, Marin. Oh. We don't know what's in any of the buckets here until she hits it. Give Marin another shot. Give her another round.
This is deja vu all over. I have dreamed this moment right here.
Did you really?
I did.
That's
absolutely.
Bizarre.
She misses this one too.
Why are you dreaming about Fitzy's daughter? That's weird.
No.
Son of a biscuit.
Yeah.
Why are you dreaming about my daughter? Which one,
right.
Marin or Rowan?
I don't think I've ever met Rowan. Maybe I did and thought it was Marin. You get up, old man, and take a shot there.
He can't limp over there. You can keep your headset on. We got plenty of.
I got enough.
We got enough. Keep your headset on. Keep your headset on. Yeah, that's right.
See that move right there? I still don't have to. Hey,
I noticed. I noticed. Hey, by the way,
you catch Fitzy on sidelines all during college football.
We hope if there's no surgery.
Do you have your schedule yet? Do you know what you're doing yet?
USC LSU week 1.
Oh, that's a great one to be at. Yeah.
You want to go?
Yeah.
That was a quick yeah.
You asked the question. What did you think he was going to say? Fitzy, man.
It's what meant to be, man.
I guess. Give me that thing, Dunaway.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, think about this. LSU, USC, right?
Yep.
Both teams have lost a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Both defenses well below.
How much fun would that game have been last year?
Oh my, we'd still be calling it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
77-74.
Yeah.
We'll
give it to you. Well, let's see what you got.
Yeah. Open it up.
Yeah,
Well, the
there's
Fitzsimmons.
Oh, I've never played beer pong. If it falls over, is that
It counts.
no bueno?
Open up the envelope.
So this was like Dunaway at Neville, wasn't it? I mean, the Fitzsimmons, it took them.
Yeah.
What happened to Neville?
I had to pay off a bracket punishment, and I had to break into 5 D1 gyms.
What'd you get?
What'd you get?
We got a hundo.
Damn, he got a
Is that legit? No, I can't
Yeah.
take that.
Yeah.
2 shots, man.
Yeah,
Give it to Mary.
Yeah, give it to your daughter.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she gets
I'm
it.
talking about, go ahead and nibble on my right leg.
She gets it. She gets it.
That was big.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, 100 and Red Lobster.
Hey, come on.
Dunaway, you kept feeding him. Shoot another one.
I did not.
I can't take that.
Brown did
I'll give
the
it to
last
Rockstar.
one. Brown did the last
Oh, Rockstar. Fitzy's giving you $100.
No, we're going to re-envelope that if you're not going to take it. You need to take it.
Re-envelope.
I'll tell you what.
I'm
taking you out to dinner tonight.
never.
There you go.
Red Lobster.
Oh, I like it.
I've never seen somebody take $100 away from Rockstar faster than they'll teach us.
I didn't even think about that, Dunaway. I mean, that was like, no, I give it to Rockstar. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
You knew you were keeping it.
Rockstar was like, all right.
Things in life.
Well, thank you, man.
to
Connor
see you, Fitzy.
O'Gara is standing by.
I'm here all week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come by again.
Yeah.
We will not give you 4 more
Awesome
shots.
tonight. Where,
As long as we're not talking sports, this is so much more fun.
where did you say you're taking me to dinner?
Me Casino. I want you to knock back a Mambo taxi right when we get there.
Okay.
Okay.
Because that thing, the Mambo limo will drop a donkey. I mean, it'll kill you. The Mambo taxi will make you feel right as rain.
Okay. Well, do they have any liability there? Do they worry about this?
You're about to find out.
Okay. I'm game, man.
It's the little things in life. All right, boys. Good to see you guys.
See you, Fitzy.
Rockstar, I tried, man.
Yeah, I know. He's Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN's Ian Fitzsimmons, the originator of the round table with LT. We appreciate him being with us. Tell us about Dr. B, the guy that's got your hair looking fantastic. Then we'll take a commercial break and get to our man, Connor O'Gara.
Yeah, our man, Dr. B, not only hooking me up right now, but also Ryan Brown. We're doing that non-invasive treatment 3 times a week on the couch, 30 minutes each time. That is it. Ian staring at me.
Dude, I got a yarmulke.
Yeah.
Dr. B.
Come on, man.
Doc,
I need some help.
It's what you need. I got this little LED laser cap. It just stimulates follicles.
Really?
Yeah. I 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time.
You know the most embarrassing thing about calling games on the sidelines, especially in September and October, is when you got to take that spray can of sunscreen.
You didn't do that.
And go up top.
Yep.
And you got to spray the yarmulke.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell me you did the James Brown where you painted, you cover up the skin to make it look like you have hair up there, but you were just going sunscreen. I see.
Turn his mic off. Tell me more about Dr. B.
E3hair.net.
They tried to get me to do that on TV one time.
More than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. Schedule the consultation. Tell them the next round sent to you. Again, for more information, t3hair.net.
All right. We're back in a moment. SEC Media Days brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. Coverage all week long right here. Thanks to our friends at mybookie.ag. Back in a moment. Stay with us.
Round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969.
Anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It is the will to prepare to win." Hi, I'm Bobby Humphrey, Vice President of Business Development for Bryant Bank, and I can tell you that our Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that is right for you. At Bryant Bank, we specialize in community banking and offer personal and business loans, checking and savings account, mobile banking, and treasury management services. Stop by one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama to find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Golf season is here, and if you're looking for a great golf course with affordable rates, you need to check out the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. Woodward Golf Club is a semi-private club with membership opportunities available, but is also open to the public. You can book tee times online at this hidden gem by going to golfwoodward.com. For only $195 per month, you can enjoy unlimited golf 7 days a week. Membership includes discounted cart fees, unlimited range balls, and the use of our practice facilities. For more information on memberships and the course, check us out online at golfwoodward.com.
Back with you live from SEC Media Days. Coverage being brought to you in part by our friends at Lanyas Furniture. Then we'll hear from the great Connor O'Gara.
Yeah, our friends at Lanyas want to remind you, look, if you're in the market to buy any furniture, you need to check out our friends at Lanyas, because not only do they have an incredible inventory, the pricing is perfect. Friends at Lanyas Furniture believe in getting more style for less. Lanyas offers a great selection of furniture for your living room, bedroom, dining room, home office, entertainment. They've got a great selection of mattresses. Lanyas can also help with your home design and decorating. Transform your home into a beautiful escape with new furniture and decor pieces, from vibrant outdoor furniture to breezy home accents. Lanyas has everything you need to create your own sunshine sanctuary. Also, you get $300 in Lanyas sleep credits with select mattress purchases, or special financing is available from Birmingham. Take exit 280 off of I-65, the Hallmark Farms exit. Go south on U.S. Highway 31 for 1.3 miles. It's going to be right there on your right. Get in, see Reggie John, and tell them the next round sent you.
All right, mybookie.ag brings you our coverage here from SEC Media Days. Code next round when you log on to mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Connor O'Gara next up with us. From Saturday Down South, at CJ O'Gara is where you follow him on Twitter. Welcome in, Connor. How are you?
Guys, I'm doing well. I messed up. I totally messed this up. I was not supposed to be on for another hour, and
not a big deal.
I, in my delusional state, I came down an hour early. Some would say that was by design. It definitely wasn't. I mixed up what floor you guys were on with the hour that I was supposed to be on. So,
Common mistake. Yep. Yeah. But all right. Thank God it was not the 7th floor. You'd have really been out of whack.
That would have been bad. That would have been really bad.
Yep. So, well, it's good to have you at any time. We always love talking to you. You have sat through upstairs Brian Kelly. And by sat through, I don't mean that it was torturous. I just mean
sit through. That's fair. That's fair.
BK was that bad, huh?
It's that bad. It's just that once... I don't want to be too cliche, but like 99% of what is said in these like podium interactions is just so useless. And I so often find myself saying, well, who is that for? Like, what is the specific thing that I'm actually getting out of this? And I'll toot my own horn here. I think like the one quote that Brian Kelly had that was, relatively interesting was related to Harold Perkins and the usage last year, not wanting to eat. Like, oh yeah, if we could do it over again, like we'd tie him down and make him eat. Brian Kelly always has to take it to these weird extremes of like jokes that if you don't really like, if you just read it, you'd be like, wait, did he actually say that? It's a fake quote. It's like the Florida State thing all over again. But yeah, for the most part, I did not think that Brian Kelly was coming off as someone who was overly confident in a team that was ready to make that next step. But he did talk about the depth and all that stuff, which, I mean, what else would you say?
We've been doing this for years, and I can't really remember outside of, all these are cliched openers. But I think it was Robbie Caldwell. Was that the interim Vanderbilt coach?
Do you
remember that?
I wasn't here for that, but I saw somebody. It was AL.com that wrote about that this week.
Oh, did they? I didn't see that they wrote something about it.
There's not video. There's no video of it anymore, which I guess that's like a pre-YouTube era, or somebody scrubbed it off the internet, whatever this interaction was. But I have not been able to watch this.
He talked about how he grew up working in a turkey factory and he had to inseminate the turkeys.
Yeah. I guarantee you our boy Scott Forster could find a clip at ABC 3340 of it.
Well, I thought the SEC network was up and running by then.
No, this was 2011.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This was 2011. So he talks about, and then he went through I think a description of the process of inseminating a female turkey.
Who among us doesn't want to know this information when we come to this place and talk about SEC football?
I mean, I think I could figure it out.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it was earth shattering, but to hear a football coach explain, well, first you got to take, it's like the thing you used to squirt, and it's like, okay, well, that's
the funny part of those days too is, in a pre-SEC network day where, maybe it's not on TV in the same way that it is now. It's like you could actually look out at reporters and see them probably writing stuff down. Like, oh, this is how to inseminate a female turkey. And then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, they're writing vigorously. It's like, oh, that's the part that you perk up on. I guess that makes sense.
Well, then he talks about his football team. You're like, Vanderbilt.
Well, I mean, we know, like Clark Lee, I don't know how long he survives. I'm sure it's going to be another terrible year. But the other team here that's really interesting that we were talking about earlier is Shane Beamer in South Carolina, because, a couple of first good years, but misses a bowl last year with an NFL quarterback in Spencer Rattler. And Connor, you know this, man. When you look at that schedule, I think they're going to be underdogs in 8 games.
Yeah.
And let's just say they win the ones they're supposed to, and they're 4-8. But I don't know what your expectation is for a South Carolina, program with what you've got now in the SEC.
Expectations are low, and I followed Shane Beamer throughout his entire time at SEC Media Days last year. I was with him basically from the moment he got here to the moment that he left, all the behind-the-scenes stuff, all the interview rooms, all that. And one of the interesting things that I thought about the way that he came across was everybody asked him about the momentum of beating Tennessee and Clemson. Oh, what's this momentum? He's like, momentum is great in that it gets you conversations with boosters that you don't previously have. And there's a buy-in that isn't necessarily there if you just have another ho-hum 6-6 season. But he said that doesn't really mean a whole lot once these games actually start. And so I was sipping the South Carolina Kool-Aid last year just because I thought the East was really up for grabs for that second place spot. And so I looked at what they did well the year before, and I said, yeah, they might have some momentum, but Spencer Rattler, the version of him that we saw at the end of 2022, that's like confirmation bias for all the things we heard about him as a recruit. And then he actually, I thought, played really well, but you lose Juice Wells. Your offensive line's just a joke, and he can't stay healthy. And then defensively, it was bad. So I think he had a very different mindset coming in this year, being a little bit humbled and understanding, like, yeah, I'm coming off of a 5-7 season. We're not the dark horses in the SEC, and it's a very different vibe this year than it was last year with South Carolina.
Well, you said you bought in, so if I would have told you last year at this time we're sitting here, hey, one of these two teams out of the East is going to win 11 games, Missouri or South Carolina, would you have gone South Carolina?
Let me say it in Spanish for you. No. Look, Mizzou is in such an ideal spot for the timing of all this, of the 12-team playoff and everything. And I remember thinking last year, like, we're going to run this back with Brady Cook. Why in the world should we expect different results? But when you hire the right assistants, it makes all the difference in the world in college football. And there are certain coaches who realize that. There are certain coaches who do not realize that. When you bring in someone like Kirby Moore that runs this offense, that knows how to put guys in the right spot, that says, oh, Luther Burden, you should play in the slot. Dom Lovett, he's off to Georgia. We're going to utilize you in the best possible way, and we're going to take advantage of all these mismatches that we can get. That's going to work for us. And then their defense, like Mizzou had 5 defensive players selected in the NFL draft. Mizzou had more defensive players selected in the NFL draft than Georgia. Like, that is Blake Baker development. that is understanding your personnel. And he took over a defense that was a train wreck when Steve Wilkes left it after 2021. And so to see that rise that quickly, can't say that I saw that coming. He's going to be the most confident person here at SEC Media Days. Eli Drinkwitz will be more than anybody else because that dude was confident before he even had winning seasons.
There's no
and
doubt.
now off 11 wins,
Yep.
he's going to be sipping some kind of Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and as good as Lane Kiffin is on social media, Eli Drinkwitz actually is the funny one in the interview. He's really good. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Read his stuff all the time. He joins our platform constantly. More with him as I tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Connor will tell you as you age from 20 to your 30s to 40s. Guys, life changed. UCA with over 35 urologists on hand, 16 locations across Alabama, treating all your urological needs from prostate health to kidney stones and everything in between. They'll take care of you. Visit urologycentersalabama.com, urologycentersalabama.com to schedule an appointment. One of the great things Connor did recently was a sit down, part of your podcast with Jalen Milroe of Alabama. Your biggest takeaway from sitting down with a guy who seems to be so comfortable now in his role with this Alabama team, what was it?
What a difference a year makes, and what a potential difference this staff can make with him. I think the way that he comes across is someone that's just always positive about everything. Like if you see him in the public light, I said to him, I'm like, you say the greatest roll tide that's ever been said. You always come off as this infectious type of guy that I don't ever question like, the leadership stuff, like all the cliche things that we say about quarterbacks. But what does it look like if you actually have a coach that believes in you and can maximize your skill set in the best possible way? And while I do think there are going to be growing pains with Kalen DeBoer, I think he questioned that with Tommy Rees. I think he wondered, like, is this guy just like Bill O'Brien? Does this guy think I should like change positions or something? And then you saw the maturation for him down the stretch last year, and he was a different quarterback. So I came away from that conversation being like, he likes the Kalen DeBoer offense. And he likes that he doesn't necessarily feel like he has to, maybe at times he feels like, oh, he couldn't, celebrate. He's like programmed not to celebrate big plays in practice. He talked about how Kalen DeBoer, like, came up to him after he made like a big time throw in practice and was like, what's wrong? Like, why aren't you like celebrating? Like, you made a big time play. He's like, oh, I guess I can do that. He's just been so ingrained in the Alabama way, and maybe that's going to help him. But I think being able to relate to this new coaching staff is something that is going to help him immensely in the long run. I think too many people are sleeping on him as being one of the best players in college football, just as he was last year.
Yeah, I mean, that is some. We were just talking to T-Bob Hebert about this same topic about an hour ago, because he makes the point, you see what he did under Tommy Rees, which, I mean, it's almost like you're speaking ill of the dead. I don't know that Tommy will ever get a chance to show he's a really good offensive coordinator. I don't know if he'll ever get that shot again.
He's young, man.
He's young.
32.
But it wasn't ideal.
It wasn't.
To say the very least, it wasn't an ideal situation for Alabama last year. And now you're with a guy that coaches, but as T-Bob pointed out, he said, go watch his big games. Kalen DeBoer runs 34 times in a big game. So it's not just some guy that's going to come in and throw it all over the field. He's going to have a balanced attack for Jalen Milroe.
Last year, the offense that Washington ran, I don't think is the prototypical Kalen DeBoer offense. We have this impression because he reached great, unbelievable heights, but he doesn't want to throw the ball 40 to 50 times a game. They threw the ball 40 to 50 times a game because of Michael Penix's injury history, because behind Dylan Johnson, their running back depth was nothing. I mean, nothing. They would line up Jeremy Bernard, who's now at Alabama, and get him the ball in the backfield and try and do these creative things because they just did not have that depth. And they decided, all right, we can be a team that throws the ball this high volume because we've got 3 NFL receivers on the outside. We've got a guy that likes being in the pocket and could do these things. So I think Kalen DeBoer has done a really good job throughout his career, really, of being able to adapt to his personnel. And he's going to have to do that at Alabama because this is a very different group than the one he just left.
What would surprise you more this season? Tennessee gets to a college football playoff, or Jalen Milroe wins a Heisman Trophy?
It's a good question. I don't think either of those things are out of the realm of possibility, but I do have Tennessee going 8-4. I'm going to say Tennessee going to the college football playoff is more surprising. The one thing that people have kind of pushed to the back burner with Josh Heupel, and while I am more of a believer than not, and I do think that he has done so many things to kind of quiet the stench of this Jeremy Pruitt, Hayes, whatever that was that Tennessee was in, coming off of that with the NCAA investigation, all that stuff, is I think people have kind of overlooked the fact that he really hasn't had success against the rivals yet. Like 2 wins against the likes of Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. That's it. Like through three years, that's great. You're making $9 million a year now. You have to show that, okay, you go into the swamp. Oh, it can't just be, well, we always lose here. That's the type of stuff that if you're that good, if you're that guy, you got to be able to correct that. And so I am a believer in Nico Iamaleava, still crushing the pronunciation of that one.
But you did it well. Crushing. Yeah, it was very good.
Let's try and say it with my chest. But I have questions about the defense, what it looks like behind James Pierce Jr., if they're going to be able to navigate that schedule. It's a really, really difficult schedule. I think the benchmark is going to be 10-2 to get to the college football playoffs. So could they be 9-3 with having a chance, depending on some of those games that they win? Absolutely. But I'll take the Jalen Milroe Heisman prop, I guess, ahead of that one.
Iamaleava? Is that close?
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah.
Quite.
Teach me, Connor. Teach me.
Iamaleava. Iamaleava. That's pretty good. I just gotta say it like I used to do. It's like I used to do that 10 times a day in that off season. Tonga Bailoa, I would do that like just say it, just get comfortable.
Tonga Bailoa always seemed easier than these others.
Yeah, once you realize, like Tua very early in his starting said you've got to think of like the tongue as the first syllable, and then once you figured that out, you're like, oh, it's actually pretty easy. Tonga Bailoa.
Give it to me again.
Tonga Bailoa.
No.
Uyangalale?
No. I've got those.
Iamaleava.
Iamaleava.
I've heard him pronounce it, and I've heard, and I've been more confused after listening to him pronounce it. Yeah. But Tennessee's got it right there in the pronunciation guide.
Yeah, it's like you're teaching English to Spanish. You're over in Europe teaching English to some people not from America. You're very good at this. We're going to play a game.
We have gifts, and we're going to play some.
Let's see what you got there. That's for just showing up.
How about that? Our participation trophy is
Yeah.
Open it up.
Yeah. Open it and see what you got.
Yeah.
Oh God!
Don't get too excited.
This is Wheel of Fortune when Pat Sajak, R.I.P. From the show, not like in real life.
Yeah, no, he did not die.
This is like when he opens the envelope and there's great suspense.
What do we
What
have
do we have here? I just opened. Oh my gosh, we have got something that. This is as good as money in SEC country. We have a Waffle House.
Oh, that is good.
How about that?
Of the gift card, that's the best one thus far.
I think it is too.
I love it. This is actually worth more than money. Some people would say that. Wow, thank you just for coming on. This is
now you've got a chance to win cold hard cash. Ian Fitzsimmons walked out with $100 bill.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So right now, Ian Fitzsimmons is on top of our leaderboard. As we turn to our fake leaderboard, Fitzsimmons is at $125. And then T-Bob is at $45. You have a chance to jump on the leaderboard here.
That's right. We're going to need you to step back here and play some puck. Keep the headset on.
Yeah, let me get you the hacky stacks here.
That's right. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South.
You get two shots to make one.
Shots to make one. So you can take a pick. You can do I would suggest these, but you can do the bucket ball that it actually came with.
Okay, so I was trying to study this, and I did not really have much success. I'm going to put this down for a second here.
Yeah. It would take a maximum $100 throw.
And I've got to ask you, because we're hovering over it, do you want a cold beer?
If my mom sees that I've had a cold beer before going on Feinbaum, I'm not going to hear the end of that one.
Yeah.
So next time.
Why did you have a beer before you went on Feinbaum? Why is your mom like
why does she? What's my mom's accent?
All in the family?
Oh my Edith.
Gosh. Where did your mom grow up, Connor? That's so weird.
Not in 1930. I don't know what that was. All right. It's been a minute.
Going overhand.
Oh,
too far.
That felt like it was cash.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Right.
I do like the feel of these, though.
Yeah.
This is the correct choice.
I would agree. I made your mom Lois off Family Guy.
My mom is actually a triplet. She's one of 12. Amazing backstory.
Oh, I want to hear the backstory.
Connor
That felt close. That felt close.
Yeah. Just for participating, you're all in the drawing for a Roback gift card, $250 gift card, or Roback.com.
That's right.
I love Roback, too. I'm a huge Roback fan.
It's great stuff, man. I'm head to toe in it today.
$250.
Do we get your contact information in case you win the $250 gift card?
I know.
Can we contact him?
Yes, I'm more than welcome that.
Can you summarize your mom's backstory?
She's one of 12. I always say to my grandpa, who is no longer with us, he died at age 95, but I say, thank God you didn't stop after 8, because I wouldn't be here if you did. She was number 9. Her siblings were 10 and then 11, and then they had a 12th, and then we're like, hey, we're good. Grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, great little place called Evanston, Illinois. And yeah, she's doing well. She lives a fascinating retired life now and just gets to travel the world and do whatever she wants.
Dude, how can he have 12 kids, live in Chicago, and make it to 95?
Here's the amazing thing. My grandma never worked a day in her life. He gave a considerable amount of money to all of his kids, all of whom are still living, which is amazing, by the way. 12 kids, all still living.
How's the oldest? What age?
Oh, the oldest is 80. The oldest is 80 and the youngest is 64. 64, I want to say. My Aunt Megan is. Shout out Aunt Megan. She's listening.
Yeah, what is a family reunion like?
I mean, we had one under sad circumstances a few weeks ago for my cousin's funeral. We don't need to end on a sour note. But I didn't mean to go there. I didn't mean to go there. But no, they're epic. We have a burn open. We have like a golf event where like my entire family that we'll be at in like 2 weeks. That my entire family will be at, and it's a scene. It's an intimidating thing for like in-laws to come into because there are just so many cousins around, and it's just it's fun though. It's a lot of fun.
How'd your granddad make his money?
He was an engineer.
Really? Not a train engineer, like an actual,
like a hell of an engineer.
Yeah, he made like parts for like World War II and stuff, and was yeah. I mean, he's another fascinating human being. But yeah, he lived this incredible life, and he was very good with his money. Made some good investments.
Good for him.
Legal investments.
Damn, was he around for the Chicago fire?
Not quite.
Okay.
No. 1921. No. That was like 1890, right? I think.
I don't know. So.
I've been on the architect tour like 3 or 4 times. I always forget the year.
It's the best. The architect tour. People don't talk about it. My best friend's wedding. They do the architect tour in there when they're about to kiss and then they don't kiss. That's the architect tour in Chicago. It's beautiful.
It's incredible.
All right. So Connor just ruined my best friend's wedding. If you haven't seen that yet.
You haven't seen that?
What did you I have, for those that haven't. But we will end on an up note. I mean, 12 kids in 16 years. I mean, he enjoyed things.
It's something like that. Yeah, maybe I got the years wrong. It's like the youngest is 63. It's insane though. Yeah. It's a number that even as a father of one, I cannot fathom.
You ain't catching him.
Nope.
All right. He's one of our favorites, Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. The show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. If we were in Birmingham, we'd give Connor a chance to run over to Woodhouse to feel better about his loss.
Get in, see Stewart and the great guys, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Located at the Summit Shopping Centers, you can choose from a menu of over 70 options: massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, much more. Get in, see Stewart and the great guys, or order that perfect gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
As Reed and Kelsey or whoever decided for us to go 4 hours out here in Dallas projected, we're going way over. We may go to 5 o'clock today.
This next break, as Lunceford is pointing out, is still an hour 2 break.
Yeah, no, yeah. We're ending hour number 2.
It's the end of hour number 2, halfway through hour number 3.
I messed you up. I take full responsibility for this. I'm an hour off.
No. We went a long time with T-Bob Hebert, and it's been downhill since. So we're here till at least 4. I'll put it that way for our local affiliates. We may go right up until the meltdown starts at 6 o'clock tonight.
You might.
This hour is brought to you by our friends at Champy's, and you need to get back on time at some point. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken. They bring you hour number 3, which I promise we will start coming up sometime here in hour number 3 from Dallas, brought to you by MyBookie.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Every day, someone is ridiculed and mocked for the clothing they chose to wear. It's a harsh reality we all must face. But you have the chance to change all of that with one visit to nextround.store. For just a few minutes of browsing, you will observe so many clothing options, from hats to hoodies to t-shirts. Please, for yourself or someone you love, go to nextround.store and embrace the warmth of true attire.
For a great experience in golf, go to Bent Brook, just off I-459 in the Birmingham area. You've got 27 holes where you can play your 18 holes 6 different ways. Open 7 days a week with 5 sets of tees that makes golf enjoyable for any level golfer. You get complimentary GPS on every golf cart, and the AU Victory bent grass greens play as pure as any in the area. Bent Brook continues to improve with upgraded greens and redesigned holes. Book that next tee time right now. Bentbrook.com. Bentbrook.com.
Golf season is here, and if you're looking for a great golf course with affordable rates, you need to check out the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. Woodward Golf Club is a semi-private club with membership opportunities available, but is also open to the public. You can book tee times online at this hidden gem by going to golfwoodward.com. For only $195 per month, you can enjoy unlimited golf 7 days a week. Membership includes discounted cart fees, unlimited range balls, and the use of our practice facilities. For more information on memberships and the course, check us out online at golfwoodward.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Most successful coach in the SEC this year. Top quarterback returning in the SEC this year.
We are back with you here in Dallas as we roll on, getting ready for this hour of the show. LT is about to give us trash in this segment as he joins us back here. I will tell you still to come, Chip Brown. Texas is in the league. We're in Chip's town. We'll be talking to Chip coming up at the top of the hour. Again, the Meltdown guys go at 6 o'clock tonight, and then I think they're pulling an all-nighter, according to Lunceford in Melton, of playing the new EA Sports college football game that's out there. Show also being brought to you, and the SEC coverage, by our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. They're your orthopedic provider, 205-512-3885, 512-3885, or precisionsportsortho.com/2024. Tweaks, pulls, pains, and breaks. Diagnose, treat, and rehab that injury with our friends at Precision Sports Medicine. Locations Jasper to Alabaster and all around the Birmingham metropolitan area. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call the number 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024. We will get to trash in just a second. But as we continue the conversation with everybody, is there a growing trend with you guys yet on the belief of Ole Miss and or LSU? It seemed like T-Bob was hesitant on the people around Nussmeier, and it still seems like not everybody believes that Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss or Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri can actually stick the landing.
Again, nobody's seen this before from Missouri and Ole Miss, so I think people are a little hesitant. I don't think anybody's got a lot of confidence in any team that is not Georgia, Texas, or Alabama, at least to get to a college football.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're finding what we discussed is I think everybody feels like they're confident in the top three, Georgia, Texas, Alabama. And then everybody's got a different power ranking after that.
Yeah, because I think most people believe the SEC will get 4 in. I think 90% of the people here would say it's going to be Georgia, Texas, Alabama. Who is that 4th team?
Yeah, it's a stage kill, a cage still match to see who that 4th team is.
And it's
several teams. How many teams do you put in that match?
Well, I would put Ole Miss. I would put Missouri. I would put the Auburn Tigers, believe it or not. I would put Tennessee.
I can't
LSU.
LSU, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't put Oklahoma because of schedule. I just can't do it.
I think once you get past the ones you just mentioned, you're probably out of teams.
Yeah, if you switched Oklahoma's schedule with Ole Miss or Missouri, I could see Oklahoma, but not now.
Okay. Every day this week we're 12 to 4 Central. We'll also do trash around 2:30 when we can, Central Time every day. That's right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar's got it queued up, ready to go. Rocky, hit the big button, please.
Spell it with me, W-I-N-E-R, the Texan winning big at the spelling bee. There's 2 N's there. Oh, did I spell wrong?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, the next round, proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, the mortgage experts. Whether you're buying your first home or your final home, these guys, one-stop shop, located in Birmingham, but they service everywhere you hear our voices right now. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR for more information. When 34-year-old Chris Cook told his siblings that he might give up on love after searching his entire life for, quote, the one, his twin brother Henry Cook and younger brother James Cook decided to take matters into their own hands. The brothers told Good Morning America they started their Find Chris Love campaign, complete with dedicated TikTok account, even a billboard to help their beloved brother find the, quote, love of his life. Now, they went on to say Chris is an awesome guy, smart, funny, charismatic, outgoing, handsome, of course, but he doesn't always have the best of luck in the romance department, so we figured we'd step in and see if we could help him out.
It's a busy billboard, by the way. A lot on there. I don't know if I can read that entirely as I'm driving past.
Find our brother Chris True Love. Find Chris Love.com is the billboard there. Cook Brothers also had car magnets made to spread the word in their community in Colorado and created online dating profiles for their sibling without his knowledge. Now, Jamie Cook said he and his brother Henry gave themselves 30 days to find Chris Cook a match. For others looking for love, Jamie and Henry Cook said Chris Cook is 6'4", runs half marathons for fun, was a ballroom dance teacher in New York before he moved to Colorado. They also described their brother as a smart, loyal, and blast to be around. I'm going to say he's too clingy. There's got to be something wrong with him. I think he probably jumps a gun. He's probably like Dunaway in his old relationships, tells them he loves them within 2 or 3 dates.
Seems like this guy's got a lot to offer.
It does.
That's why there's something wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
I think I may have told the whole van somewhere in Vicksburg that I love the van.
That is
on
true.
the drive down here. I do say I love you very quickly.
I don't think we're in Vicksburg, Jim. I don't think we were out of the state of Alabama before you made sure you knew everyone in the van that you loved them.
I love it, man.
And then I think said, this should be our Almost Famous scene. We ought to reenact it.
I did say that when
Jimmy Cringe.
It was when Don't Stop Believing was playing.
Right.
And I was like, oh, what great content, little T. Let's make this our Almost Famous moment.
Yeah.
I hope we didn't do that, did we?
We did not, Lance. No, we did not. We just continued driving west towards Dallas.
Man has been caught trying to smuggle over, this is hard to believe, 100 live snakes into mainland China by cramming them all into his pants.
You get a lot of animal smuggling stories. They always involve cramming the animal in your pants, and I don't understand any of them.
Man, I think we've had another guy try to do this snake. I think we've had a story like this one where they try to put snakes in the pants.
It's got to be lucrative. There's nowhere else to really put them. It never seems to work out. Now, the unnamed traveler was stopped by customs officers as he sought to slip out of Hong Kong and into the border city of Shenzhen. Now, upon inspection, custom officers discovered the pockets of the trousers the passenger was wearing were packed with 6 canvas drawstring bags sealed with tape. Once open, each bag found to contain living snakes in all kinds of shapes, sizes, and colors. Statement said officers seized 104 snakes, including milk snakes and corn snakes. Now, China is one of the world's biggest animal trafficking hubs, but authorities have cracked down on the illicit trade in recent years.
Why? I wonder why it's one of the big animal hubs.
I mean, it's communist China, so they probably clamp down on what comes in and out pretty heavily. And I'm guessing the Chinese natives won't exotic animals, and they can't buy them. They don't have an Ed's Pet World there.
You always want what you don't have.
That's right. Yeah.
So what do you guys think's too expensive for a dog? Like I know people that have spent up to $8,000-$10,000 for a dog.
I'd say that.
Yeah, that would be too.
I'd say $250.
$250?
Yeah, I think anything above $250 is a hefty expenditure to me.
Are y'all kidding?
No, I'm very serious.
You're buying another kid. Anyway,
well,
this
not
this
really. No,
is
I'm buying an animal.
this is next level. Then.
I mean, we could have got a Dalmatian puppy, I think, again in Vicksburg for what was it, $10?
Is that how much those Dalmatians were? Were they $10?
It's probably deaf.
How much was the Dalmatian puppies?
Oh,
Were they
I
10,
think
20?
it was EG pointing it out.
Yeah, it was not a lot of
Somebody
money.
was selling Dalmatians. I'm like, if y'all think we're taking a Dalmatian on this trip,
You know, I used to have Italian Greyhounds, and I think they're $2,000 each now. Yeah. I mean, most dogs are going to be, if you get a good purebred, most are going to be around $2,000. Yeah. Anyway, this is next level. Because, you know, before I ever got Ladybird, I looked into getting a Belgian Malinois.
How much was that?
They were probably $2,000. But this is next level. There is a dog now. They're $150,000 each, and they're bred out of Montana.
Hard pass.
Do they cook breakfast?
Now, the breeder, Savon, Rockstar, help me out. Savion? Anyway, I don't know. He touts the animals as a, quote, one-of-a-kind hybrid, with the animals possessing elite danger-sensing instincts as well as the warmth and affection of a typical pet. Now, the company website offers dogs for protection, family protection, and personal protection. Each animal, this is pretty awesome, a mix of a Dutch Shepherd, German Shepherd, and Belgian Malinois. Now, he goes on to say he sells more than 20 dogs a year, and only about 350 in the world exist. Now, according to their website, 4-step process involves meeting the breeders, getting to know the dogs, visiting the ranch, and selecting the perfect animal before securing the animal with a non-refundable deposit. Guy that's got one says he feels like he has a gentle Navy SEAL in his house. There's another client that owns 2 now.
Does this dog bark at the Amazon delivery person?
These dogs, like, have you ever seen the Belgians, like, out and doing the training exercise where they can actually walk up walls? You know, these are the ones that were, you know, Obama when they went after him. I mean, these are some of the smartest dogs in the world.
Whoa, Obama. Osama?
Osama
bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden, not Obama.
I was about to say, I don't remember that story.
Yeah. That would be quite the story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think I would have remembered that one.
But
so they sent these dogs after Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, that's when he went down, Belgians were on the scene.
Interesting.
Okay, top 10 if you could only eat one foods by ranker.com. So if you could only have one food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Boy, that's so tough. Well, I'm going to have to go steak.
One food the rest of my life.
Yeah.
No sides, just one food.
Just one food.
I'm going to go steak.
I mean, so peanut butter and jelly could be, that's one food?
Yeah.
I think I would go peanut butter and jelly.
Wow.
I mean, are you serious?
I think I would.
The rest of your life, you're only eating
Hey,
peanut butter and jelly?
that's the old mud puddle coming.
I mean, you're gonna eat steak the rest of your life?
Before I eat peanut butter and jelly.
So tiring of that.
Well, you don't think you're going to get tired
You're going to get tired of any of it.
Any
I'm
of it.
saying peanut butter and jelly.
So peanut butter and jelly did not make the list.
I've
Here are
had
your
a
10.
tomato sandwich 5 of the last 7 days.
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah,
I like
so
tomato
good.
sandwiches. Yeah.
So steak was a little further back than I thought. Number 10 on the list is French fries. Number 9.
I mean, French fries, what are you going to get out of that?
That's fat.
There's no protein. There's no
fat out of it.
Filling in it? No.
Number 9, potatoes. If I'm going to have my potato, at least I'm going to make it a French fry because you are getting no nutritional value at all.
Yep.
Number 8 is steak.
There you go.
Number 7 is chicken.
I mean, I do like chicken. It's a tough one, but
Number 6 is a cheeseburger.
boy, if you ate a cheeseburger every day, like Scott and I ordered at dinner last night, we ordered cheeseburger, and it was a good bacon cheeseburger. I feel like I could not imagine eating that every single day.
I've been eating way too many cheeseburgers, smash burgers.
Our
lately.
social media director, Taylor Korn, grills during the spring and summertime a lot at home. And I ask her what she grills, and she says most nights just a cheeseburger.
So she's making cheeseburgers. Lance making smash burgers.
Yeah,
all the time now.
Little T's one of those that can't gain weight.
Yeah. I wish I was that guy.
Yeah. I mean, you look at certain people, like Snoop Dogg is a guy that will never be fat.
Yep. No, you're right about that.
Number 5 on the list, Chinese food.
Okay, now that's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's an entire genre.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I could go Italian food
Yeah,
then.
I could get.
I get all the Italian food.
I'm getting there.
Mexican food.
I could get shrimp fried rice. I could get kung pao chicken.
Yeah.
If I could do it like that, I would do it like that.
I mean, if we're going genres, I would go Mexican food.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
cheating is what that is.
Speaking of Mexican, number 4 is tacos. Like, if you could have a different kind of taco.
I might could manage that. Could I go soft shell, hard shell?
Oh, go to Walk-Ons. They used to have tuna tacos, which they don't, but
that's
they've
right.
got gator tacos now.
That's right.
They're good. I've had them.
That's right.
Chorizo tacos.
That's right.
I
Fish
heard
tacos.
Lance said our hotel here in Dallas serves a really good. What'd you have this morning?
Egg and chorizo wrap.
Egg and chorizo wrap.
Hey, the burger you were talking about last night. So They've got a Bob's Steakhouse here. It's supposed to be incredible.
Yep.
But it is not open on Sunday night. So the only thing open was, what is it called? The Owner's?
The Owner's Box, the sports bar here in the Omni Hotel.
But I just got a Caesar salad with chicken, and it was great.
Oh, yeah, the burger was good. Scott, burger thumbs up last night?
Yeah.
Good burger last night? 2 thumbs up? Yeah, 2 thumbs up. What'd you have?
I had my wife and I never split items. Taylor wanted to split an item last night, so I had half a Caesar chicken and half a wing.
How are the wings?
Well, they're good, but the problem, she's out of the room. The problem when you split with other people, you don't get as much as you want. I had 2 wings and a fork full of a salad.
How much does she eat?
The rest of it.
Number 3 on the list.
So Dunaway.
This is boring. Fruit.
And I'm
Can you imagine?
I'm the big boy.
I know.
She didn't eat all that.
Fruit.
Fruit,
I
number
like
3.
fruit, but
I like fruit, but if that's the only thing you could eat. Number 2, pasta. Again, let me.
I mean, now we can throw anything in there.
And then number 1 is pizza.
You know, pizza's so diverse. Like, if you were able to do that, you could have cheese pizza, you could have veggie pizza, you could have, the meat lovers. But again, I feel like you're cheating at that point.
Yeah.
I think we answered it intellectually and honestly.
I thought we had to have one specific thing. I would, if I had to do it over, I think I would go back and eat Mexican food. I mean, I even though a lot of that tastes the same, I think I may go pasta.
No, but if you could have one menu from those genres, like if you could just have slices menu.
Yeah.
I mean, I can make that work for the rest of my life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you got salads, you do have wings,
That's
you
right.
got great pizzas.
Yep.
Mortgage Right brings us.
It is buying season. Our friends at Mortgage Right here to help. They were veteran founded here in Birmingham and offer loans throughout the country while the area they serve may have grown. Their commitment to Birmingham and veterans has not changed. Before you take the next steps on a new home purchase or refinance, talk with the team at Mortgage Right, 205-900-7200 or online mortgageright.com.
And this hour being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Now we talked about one genre. I mean, if I could just do Champy's chicken.
That menu?
I mean, I could sit there and eat forever. It's right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is so easy to get to if you're going to the beach this week or anytime the rest of the summer before football kicks off, or when football gets here, the tailgate. You can win your tailgates this season with Champy's. Dine in or use their call-ahead drive-through. Southern staples like chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the po' boys, tenders, and cooked to order fried chicken brined overnight. On your way home or to the big game, it's Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken for Blues, Brews, and Bird. It's champy'schicken.com. Rockstar, is Lunceford back there right now? Can you tell me?
Yes, he is back here right now. Would you like?
Can you give me his microphone?
Lunceford, your mic is on.
Yes.
Okay, Lunceford, can I ask you a question? Can you tell me when does the game actually drop that you guys are live with the Meltdown at 6 and then you're playing? You'll end up playing the new EA Sports College football game. Are you guys going all night, 24 hours? Explain to me what's happening.
He's already got the screen set up.
Yeah, the screen's already set up, as people can see on the stream right there. I'm waiting for 11 minutes. In 11 minutes, it'll be available, and I will download it, and I will play it instead of listening to y'all for the last hour of the show. And we will play until about midnight tonight at least, and depends how angry we get with each other. We may go longer.
So you're going to tap on us for the last hour, but you're going to play till midnight?
I pulled up the back room so I can hear y'all in the background while I'm playing.
Well, that's all you have to do at that point. I won't ask you any more questions because I know you'll be beating inferior competition this afternoon. But when we get back to town, we'd love to play a game. So it'd be fantastic.
I got a whole league made up if y'all will do it.
Oh, I will do it in a heartbeat.
We need more Brown throwing Mountain Dew bottles.
Never live it down.
Never.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. The show also brought to you by the wonderful folks at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell us about Michaelson.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. I wore the contacts for more than a decade. I was wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution. Finally went in, had that hassle-free consultation. I was a candidate. I got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation, 0 to lose, to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Remember, we're here until 4 o'clock Central, so another hour and 10 minutes to go. Brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, live from Dallas and SEC Media Days. We've got 4 downs with LT when we come back right here. And then we'll talk to Chip Brown. It's all straight ahead, or maybe we'll do Chip Brown and then do 4 downs. It's all straight ahead right here on the next round.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Our coverage of SEC Media Days is brought to you in part by Tommy James Law. TommyJamesLaw.com is here for you and your loved ones. Get a free case evaluation today at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Bright Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All the games, player props, great parlays, and all right there at mybookie.ag, right at your fingertips. And right now, you can get a special sign-on bonus when you make your initial deposit by using code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that special sign-on bonus. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. For a great experience in golf, go to Bent Brook, just off I-459 in the Birmingham area. You've got 27 holes where you can play your 18 holes 6 different ways. Open 7 days a week with 5 sets of tees that makes golf enjoyable for any level golfer. You get complimentary GPS on every golf cart, and the AU Victory bent grass greens play as pure as any in the area. Bent Brook continues to improve with upgraded greens and redesigned holes. Book that next tee time right now. BentBrook.com. BentBrook.com.
All right, 4 downs in this segment, and then we'll talk to Chip Brown, Texas. He's sort of our host out here, even though he's from Austin, but all the Texas folks are trying to win the day as the SEC officially welcomes Texas and Oklahoma in as SEC Media Days out here in Texas. By the way, Lane Kiffin up in the main room moments ago, Emily Grace McWhorter, who's up there for us covering all of that on social media as well, was sharing with me that the opening statement from Lane Kiffin is must see, whether you get that from the SEC network or when we send it out a little bit later on. He called his dad, Monty, a superhero. And this will be the first season in Lane's entire coaching career that he hasn't had his dad to lean on. And many times he's been a part of his coaching staff. He's either as an analyst or actually as a defensive coordinator. I wonder how that could impact Lane this year. It could inspire him to go out and do it for his dad, to do stuff he's never done before.
You never know. I mean, and it's so interesting that, his dad was a defensive genius and Lane is, I don't know if I'd call him an offensive genius. There are times he has been. Maybe to be fair, he is an offensive genius. I don't know. Lane's a really good offensive
Yeah, I don't know how much Monty, and maybe he talked about this in his press conference. I don't know how much Monty has been involved the last couple of years. I don't know how Monty's health was. I mean,
I don't either.
He's been an analyst at OMS. He lived in Oxford, so he had an opportunity to at least bounce some X's and O's off Pete Golding and that coaching staff over there. And it's a big influence. So it's interesting with Lane Kiffin and as we said earlier, his best roster ever in his coaching career this year in Oxford, Mississippi. Maybe that'll be part of 4 Downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 5 great locations for you. The original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park, the newest location in Edgewood. Get in and see the Bajaya Brothers, local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Current job longer, Shane Beamer or Clark Lee?
Shane Beamer, I think you hit it earlier. Like, even if they miss a bowl game again, like even if they're 5-7, for some reason, I really believe the South Carolina people love Shane Beamer. He had a win not this past year, but the year before over Dabo. He's had another big win same year over Tennessee. He's had some little ambush moments that's made South Carolina feel really good about themselves and where they were heading. Clark Lee, last year, they finished the year before so well. Last year, they were supposed to make another step forward, and they didn't. They went back to being old Vandy.
Yeah, but how are they going to take a step forward?
I don't know, because you wonder now that the seal has been broken on this, if a major program came to him and said $3 million to be our defensive coordinator.
Go back to being DC.
Yeah, like, I mean, what Chip Kelly did.
From
UCLA to
you
Ohio
brought this
State.
point up before Marcus Freeman. If Clark Lee never leaves.
Worst timing ever.
Yeah, I mean, he's the head coach at Notre Dame.
Yep. So, I just wonder if there will come a day where somebody just says, come here, defensive coordinator. $3 million, is that what you need? You know, we're getting you out of a bad job. You obviously made a mistake here.
I wonder if Brian Kelly
had that convo?
Called him first.
Before he hired Brian Baker?
Yeah, who was tremendous at
I don't
Missouri.
know.
But I wonder if he said, listen, it's not going well for you at Vandy. Do you want to come to LSU and help me?
Let's get the gang back together. You'll get a better job if you come here and tear it up at LSU. Now you've got head coaching experience. So I don't know. So for that, I'll say Clark Lee. I just wonder if that happens one day.
Second down.
Current job longer, Brian Kelly or Lane Kiffin?
Does it feel like Lane leaving?
I don't know where
somewhere else?
Well, I mean, he's top 10 money now.
That's what I'm saying.
So, I mean, just money-wise, it's almost nowhere.
And a preseason top 10 team.
Yeah.
And it feels like a perfect fit.
Yeah, it really does. So, I mean, so if he meets expectations this year, you know, maybe he becomes more hireable, but then also Ole Miss probably steps up and pays him more.
Yeah, but, you know, Florida's attractive maybe to him. I don't know.
I guess. I mean.
But we keep saying that there may be something broken about that Florida program.
I would say right now, if you're Lane Kiffin, the West dissolving is one of the best things that can happen to you.
Yeah, no Alabama on the schedule.
Right. I mean, I've got a college football playoff that if I'm 10-2 used to, if I'm Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, 10-2, I don't make Atlanta, and there is zero chance I'm in the college football 4-team playoff.
Yeah,
I'm 10-2 at Ole Miss now. I may not make Atlanta, but you know what? I'm in the college football playoff. Why don't leave that? So I would say Brian Kelly retires and that Lane coaches longer.
I think, but at the current job is the question.
Yeah, coach longer at Ole Miss. I was making a case for him not leaving Ole Miss. Yeah.
But I think both these guys could be there for a while, and at that point, age-wise, Lane Kiffin is there longer. So I'll go Lane Kiffin.
I think I'm going to go Lane Kiffin too.
Yeah.
Third down.
More total touchdowns in 2024. Jackson Dart or Vanderbilt? Can we give you reference from last year?
Terrible. I mean, think that
give me the New Mexico State quarterback's going to be the starter at Vandy. I know he's there.
You think Pavia is the starter? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
His offensive coordinator Tim Beck is there with them.
Yeah.
So
and
last
Gary
year,
Skill is an analyst. Yeah.
Just for reference, last year Jackson Dart 31 touchdowns.
Okay.
Vanderbilt 33 touchdowns.
This is an amazing question. I think I'm going to go Jackson Dart.
I think I would too.
Yeah. I mean, I hate that for Vandy. Hate to do it to you, Clark.
Fourth down.
Yeah.
Richard Simmons. It was a bad weekend for celebrities.
Boy, it really was.
Shannon Doherty passed away, stage 4 breast cancer.
Yeah. Ravens wide receiver Jacoby Jones passed away.
Very young.
Boy, I hate to even see what happened there, being 40. But the question, Richard Simmons passes away, Dr. Ruth passes away.
Dr. Ruth passed away. I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
Bigger cultural impact, Richard Simmons or Dr. Ruth?
Oh, LT.
Well, that's a great question.
My grandmother loved Richard Simmons. Like, did he have a show like on TV in the afternoon back in the day?
That's Rockstar. I get the feeling he knows that.
Rockstar did.
No, he had infomercials
that.
He had infomercials that promoted his VHS tapes. Sweating to the oldies.
Yeah. Will you do a quick Google search real quick and see if he had like a variety show like the Richard Simmons show?
I think he did.
Like, it seemed like my grandmother would have it on like after General Hospital or something. And like he would interview people. They'd come out and
Richard
he would interview
Simmons
them
show, 1980 to 1984.
How about that?
Yep.
It was a focus on personal health and fitness. Shocker.
Yep.
And he never looked like he was in shape.
Yeah.
He really did. He was always kind of
Yeah, I mean, he's pudgy.
The same outfit all the time.
All the time. Had a
Same
look,
hair.
same hair. Yeah.
And he'd have celebrities on, and they would talk about health, and they would exercise, and he would do interviews with them about their career, movies coming out, and things like that. My grandmother loved him, but Dr. Ruth, I mean, she taught a generation about sex, right? My generation. I think she taught my generation.
Well,
about
I
sex.
think like in other cultures, I think it is more open and not as taboo.
Yeah.
So I think she kind of opened up sexuality for people to feel more comfortable talking about it.
Is there a chance Dr. Ruth taught me how to put a condom on a banana?
Oh, I did.
Wow. I mean, did she have it? Did she have that? Was that a video she did, Rockstar?
It's possible. She was also a sniper for the Israeli army when she was younger. She was.
That's not true.
That's 1,000% true. 1,000% true. Look it up.
That's 1,000% true.
Yeah, she was a sniper for the
serious?
Israeli army. Yes.
I mean, no, are you getting caught up in like the Captain Kangaroo and Mr. Rogers Urban Legend?
She's done interviews about it. Like I promise you, you can look it up.
Okay. I mean, I'm far more interested in her teaching how to make my banana.
I'm far more interested in her.
It was a
sniping.
It was a video.
Did you see Dunaway practicing? Okay, one more try here.
I want to try with my mouth. It's easier. My fingers are slippery.
Yeah. So you guys never want me to bring banana pudding to work.
Was she the original Haktua girl, though?
Probably so. Probably so.
All right.
That is 4 down.
Yeah.
Yes, it is brought to you by our friends at Slice. Get in for a slice and a salad today. Local pizza, local ingredients from the hot mama to the soul pie, the Bajagia special. You're going to love it. 5 locations. Tell the Bajagia brothers the next round sent you. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, is that a live look you're showing me there, Tyler? Was that a live look? The EA Sports College Football game is out. It's downloaded. And our friends at mybookie.ag, who's bringing us this live coverage, we can get a live look maybe back in our studio that I saw in a screenshot there that the game is down.
It looked like we had an Alabama-Tennessee game.
Tell me what's happening there, Rockstar, behind you right now.
We're selecting teams. Tim is Georgia, and Lunceford is shocking. Is it Alabama? Yeah, shocker.
Is it Alabama? Yeah. So they're about to play their first game.
Melton's Georgia.
That they're playing at least until midnight tonight on the Meltdown stream, and their show's live at 6 tonight. So there you go. All the people that have been waiting for years since 2013.
Damn, crowd's going. I hadn't seen Athens like that in a long time.
Look at that. The EA Sports College Football. Georgia's coming out of the tunnel there, getting ready to go. Visiting Alabama's in town.
Oh, black jerseys too. Last time that worked.
For Georgia, yeah. Way to go, Melton.
Yeah.
Waking up the echoes there. All right, to all of you that's been waiting on the game, EA Sports College Football is officially out, downloaded, and they're playing it back there, and you can see it on the Meltdown all the way till midnight. They'll be telling you all about what's in the game. Tell us about our friends at Wayne's as well, Brownie. They're bringing you part of our coverage out here. So many great sponsors. Our friends at Wayne's is one of them.
Yeah, the Wayne's, they do a tremendous job. They're excited to be with us for SEC Media Days and can be with you as well there at Wayne's. They handle so much in my home. They can handle it in your home as well. Everything from my lawn care to my pest control, my termite bond, everything right there at Wayne's. Call Wayne's is to get involved and get started today at this number, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com to schedule that appointment, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Okay, when we come back, Chip Brown, a lot of pressure on Chip because he's been a smack talker about Texas for years and years.
Smack talk.
And now he's got to sit down in this seat as a member of the Southeastern Conference and tell us Texas is going to do what makes Texas so good. Chip Brown, now an SEC analyst, joins the show, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. All of our coverage all week from the Omni and Big T, brought to you by MyBookie. TNR's back after this.
The next round's coverage of SEC Media Days is presented by MyBookie. Use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Coverage is also presented by Tommy James Law, Precision Sports Medicine, Wayne's Pest Control, Champy's Chicken, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
You
could win a Cadillac CT5 or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Cadillac CT5 and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings April 5th and 6th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries, to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new Chicken Bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the Bayou, the amazing hand-patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're live in the, this is the final hour, all the way until 4 o'clock here, so a little 10-minute missed window there. Of getting to another hour of the show as we continue on. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown will be back here in a second. Chip Brown will be there, and we'll talk more from SEC Media Days, which is being brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag, promo code next round. Just down the road, Home Run Derby tonight is the big item on the sports menu other than SEC Media Days. Lance has a play at lanceslock.com. Amazing. Pete Alonso is trying to win his third home run derby. Most people don't come back and try that many times. The only other person to ever win 3 is the great Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, and look, obviously, Pete Alonso really enjoys this. He's got a lot of friends and family. He is the favorite, overall favorite, plus 375. We gave you Gunnar Henderson. We'll see what happens. I was actually going to go because, you know, Brown went to a game there, I think it was about a month ago, Globe Life, and I've heard it's an incredible venue. But tickets now are upwards of $800 to get into a home run derby.
Yeah, $800 to get into a home run derby. As guys will put their headsets back on as we do that, Brown will tell us about our friends at mybookie.ag that's bringing us all of our coverage out here all week long, including the bonus hour here.
Code next round. When you sign on to mybookie.ag, get that sign-on bonus. Use it right away. They got a revamped VIP program and customer loyalty program. You can participate in that and bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
All right. Chip Brown joins us now. Chip, we had a chance to see him last night at dinner, LT.
I asked if he wanted the beer. He's like, "Is it cold?" And I'm like,
It's cold.
Is it cold?
Ice cold. Isn't it?
Yeah.
He hasn't got a new cooler.
The Bud
Cheers.
Light.
When's the last time you know LT to serve you a hot beer? Is he ever giving you a hot beer?
Never.
So I'll tell you, our connection, me and Chip, it goes back to the Ian days. And so I do Chip's show with Zay every single week. Is Zay here, by the way?
He is here.
Okay. I need to catch up with Zay.
Got off the air.
But I've known Chip, I don't know, a decade plus, 15 years. I mean, we've been doing a lot of different things together for a long time. We've gone to dinners, we've hung out. But I had no idea until the bomb you dropped on us last night that you are an outstanding tennis player that played at SMU and you covered Wimbledon for the Dallas Morning News forever.
How about that?
That's pretty incredible.
How about that? Wimbledon.
Jim Courier right here.
Wimbledon is and Jim Courier, by the way, I gave love to Jim Courier as the best American clay court player.
All time?
Yeah, because he won the French Open twice. Like my man Pete Sampras never won.
Who is the best American of all time?
Serena Williams.
Oh, I know that. Okay.
Well,
let me pull it
man
back.
or woman.
Yeah, okay. I get that. But man.
I mean, Sampras, but Serena.
So Chip was talking about playing tennis. I said, "What were you rated?" He goes, sheepishly, "Well, I was a 5.0." I was like, "Holy crap!"
For people that don't know tennis rating system, explain what a 5.0 is.
So 5.0 is probably the highest for amateur players. 5.5 too, but
is it a scratch golfer? Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. It's not
okay.
You know.
I mean, he's being.
We're not going to
modest.
sugarcoat it.
He's
And
being modest.
I
It's
won.
really good.
I was a walk-on at SMU, so it's there were some dudes out there that were really good.
I mean, I imagine the type of kid that plays tennis at SMU.
They've been behind the gate of a country club.
Yeah,
they've never seen cash because it's just put it on 869.
That's right. Yeah. On Daddy's tab.
Oh, but enough about me.
But you parlayed that into covering Wimbledon, which we were blown away by this. For the Dallas Morning News, used to send Chip for 17 days to England on their tab. 17 days.
So for 10 glorious years, I was at the Dallas Morning News. It was the last 10 years where newspapers spent money before the business model just finally crumbled thanks to the internet and all the information you can get on the internet.
Do you miss papers though? Like today when I was down in our hotel lobby.
USA Today.
USA Today.
Saw it.
And I was
By the way, did you pick it up?
I did.
I mean, it's
It's
so
so
thin
thin.
now.
So
thin.
Yeah.
And I'm just blown away that they still even produce it. But USA Today used to be my go-to. Like it was one of my preps. I would go get a USA Today in the morning back when they were like 50 cents. Absolutely loved it. Do you miss newspapers though? Just the tangible.
Yeah, I mean, when it mattered to people, that was a fun thing, to write a story, have them lay it out really nice, or write a front page story. Like I broke the story on Jerry Jones getting a facelift. And
he had plastic surgery.
So I'm covering the Cowboys for
Was
the
he
Dallas
pissed?
Morning. Oh no, hold on a minute. It's a pretty good story. So I'm covering the Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News, and I reach out to Rich Dalrymple. I'm like, hey, I need Jerry for 10 minutes. Training camp's starting the next day. And I'm like, I got to finish the story on the salary cap. And Rich is like, he's with Mac McClarty. He's busy, blah, 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 blah. He's like, but I'll get you 10 minutes. Come out to the Cowboys golf club. So I go out there and Jerry looks totally different. Now, he's lost a ton of weight, but he looks totally different. I immediately called one of our photographers. I'm like, you got to get out here. You got to get out here. And so I finally get in with Jerry. And I mean, you all know how the transformation went, but I'm like, Jerry, gosh, you look great. How much weight have you lost? And he's like, well, 51 pounds. And I'm like, well, sometimes when you lose that much weight, you do a little nip tuck to kind of clean things up. And he's like, well, I'd never say, but I reserve the right. And that was all I needed. So my lead the next day, and I thought it would just be like a note in the sports section.
I'd never say, but Chip's going to write an article.
And I said that my lead was Jerry Jones has lost it. 51 pounds. And if he's, done a little nip tuck to clean things up, he's not saying, and I ran his quote. It was on the front page of the paper. And so I show up to training camp.
Front of sports or
No,
like
the entire front
so
page.
above the fold?
Yes, above the fold. So like when you go by the rack, there it is.
Jerry Jones facelift.
No,
So
it
what
says
was the
Jerry
headline?
Jones lost.
Before and after pictures.
Okay,
What was
before
the-
and after.
What was the headline? Jerry Jones has lost it?
I don't remember what the headline
Okay,
was.
all right,
But
so
I
go-
show up to training camp the next day, and
Oh.
Rich Dalrymple is like, "You MFer, I can't believe I get you 10 minutes with Jerry, and this is how you do me." I'm like, Rich, I did the salary cap story, and he's he's like, "We're off to a terrible start, blah, blah, blah." So Jerry holds his State of the Union press conference, and all the media's in there. He keeps staring at me.
Right. The whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, there's a red dot on me somewhere. I'm dead. And when he finishes his, State of the Union, he walks over to me and I'm like, oh my gosh. And he goes, Chip, I just want to thank you for your sensitivity. Thank you.
What does that mean?
And he walked away.
Yeah.
So is he being sarcastic?
No,
or-
no. So I go up to Steven Jones.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Jerry's son. Yeah.
I go, is he pissed? And he goes, no. He's like, you got it out there. No one's ever going to ask him about it again. He's like, no one asked about it at the press conference.
But is it that big of a deal that Jerry Jones got a facelift? Was that going to be that big of a story in the city of Dallas?
Was this a picture they ran?
Yes.
Well, he does look different.
Oh, he does.
So
I didn't realize he lost that much weight.
yeah.
Nice.
So that was.
How is he though? Like to cover?
He's great.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he's way too involved, and he needs to leave the football to. He owns 52 businesses. I mean, the stuff he's in. You can't believe real estate, and he does
Is he that much hands-on on the other 51? Because it seems like he's like
I don't know where I have time.
When a real estate business sale goes bad, does he walk down and give a news conference?
Right. Well,
Because he does it after every Cowboy loss.
Right. And he does it after every game.
Oh yeah, no.
And we would have to go down to the locker room, get all the players we needed by the time Jerry showed up, because you had to be there for Jerry.
Yeah.
And-
Must hear sound.
Right. Because you never know what he's going to say. And in fact, after they lost to the 49ers, the game where T.O., put the ball down at the Star and Dave Campo had mismanaged the clock.
Were you at that game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, George Teague lights him up.
Oh, yeah.
Former Alabama great.
And I followed Jerry out of the locker room, and I said, as he's going up the stairs, I said, Jerry, is Dave Campo's job in jeopardy? And he said, the players did not lose that game. The coaches did. And that was the beginning of the end for Campo.
You know what's crazy though is that is one fan base to go back to the 90s when he took the organization over and hired Jimmy Johnson, and how good those teams were, and to think at that point in 95 or 96 they're not going to win another Super Bowl and we're going to sit here in 2024. That seems remarkable. And I think you can make the argument one of the most starved fan bases is the Dallas Cowboy fan base right now.
For sure. And he said things he now regrets, like 500 coaches could have led those teams to the Super Bowl, stuff that was really demeaning to Jimmy Johnson. And then Jimmy doesn't get into the Ring of Honor until last year.
Yeah,
I mean,
so petty.
It's like,
Yeah.
Jerry, what are you doing? So it was the, ego. We talk about ego getting in the way of success all the time. That was a prime example of ego getting in the way, because really, I mean, Jerry walked up. One of my buddies, Rick Goslin, was there after they won the Super Bowl. Jimmy's sitting there with his assistant coaches, who were all his guys, and Jerry raises a toast, and none of them raised their glass to toast with Jerry, and that was it. Jerry stormed off, and that was the beginning of the end. I mean, that's how petty it was, and that's how
Pretty crappy for them not to raise their glasses, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, he was paying their paycheck.
That's true. I know. I'd fake one. Yeah. We didn't come to bury the Cowboys. We came to talk Texas, and we'll do that with Chip after I remind you that Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics provides you part of our coverage every day here on the show, and especially here in Dallas. 205-512-3885, precisionsportsortho.com/2024. All the tweaks, the pulls, the pains, and breaks that life throws at you, our friends at Precision will diagnose, treat, and rehab you. Locations from Alabaster to Jasper and everywhere in between. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, the number 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2024.
So Ryan Day at Ohio State just spent, I don't know what the number is actually going to be. What is the report? Like 35 million on this signing class at Chip Kelly?
Yeah, it's a ton.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's the report, right? 35 million. I mean, you got Caleb Downs from Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it was 30, but
yeah, whatever it is. Quinshon Judkins from Ole Miss goes and hires a Big Ten head coach to be a Big Ten offensive coordinator. If Steve Sarkisian wanted to do that at Texas, if Sark looks across the landscape and says, I need $20 million worth of recruits and I need to hire a stud coordinator, the perception is Texas boosters are saying, where do we send the check? Is that the actual? Is that real life?
Yeah, that's real life.
He's got all the money he wants.
He's got all the money he wants. And he, like in this most recent, the commitment of Decorian Moore, the number one receiver in the 2025 class who just committed. He's a Texas kid who just committed to Oregon. And Josiah Sharma, the defensive tackle, another kid from Texas who was a Texas lean the entire way. And then right before their announcements, some wheeling and dealing, and they commit to Oregon. Now, it's not over till it's signed, but I was told, that Sark was like, we're good. So he has said, we're not going to bring in kids who make it all about NIL. The tricky thing is these kids' advisors, agents, they're all about the dollar. They don't really care about, you're going to have these network connections for the rest of your life. If you live in the state of Texas, you'll be connected to Longhorns. They'll look out for you, blah, blah, blah. And Sark is, they were in on the Dominic Williams defensive tackle from TCU, who apparently got $1.5 million to go to TCU or to go to Oklahoma. And Sark was like, we're not doing that. So
he's got all the money he wants. He's just not willing to spend it right now.
Right.
Interesting.
He's very, very much about this culture.
Yeah.
And he wants to protect the culture. And
so he's not Dabo level in this, but he's closer to Dabo than he is Ryan Day and Dan Lanning and people like that.
Or what Jimbo was at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Got to respect that, though. I mean, if I'm a Texas fan, I don't know how much I like it.
Yeah.
But
I respect the concept of it. I don't know how you.
We'll see how it works.
Well, I mean, we're watching that with Dabo too.
Right. Dabo's the extreme.
Well, he's the extreme, but it sounds like Sark's closer to him than he is some of these other guys.
Right. I mean, Texas brought in 11 transfers. One of them's already gone, Kendrick Blackshire, who came in and left after spring. Now he's at UTSA. So 10 transfers, and the most he had brought in before that was 6. So, and 3 defensive tackles. That's the position they kind of got messed up by the Bo Davis defection to LSU. Some of the kids who signed with Bo Davis ended up leaving the class, and they kind of scrambled.
Yeah.
And so they went and got the 2 kids from Arizona, Bill Norton and Tia Savea, and then Jermaine Lole from Louisville. And those guys are 1-year guys. So they're off in their defensive tackle recruiting. They only took 1 kid a year ago. They don't, they got 2 after the 1 kid, DeAndre Robinson, reneged on his signature and went to Florida. So they got to get that thing fixed, because we all know you got to have a quarterback and you got to have interior defensive linemen in the SEC. I mean, Georgia won national championships with Devontae Wyatt, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Alabama won national championships with, insert defensive tackles here. and Clemson with Christian Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence. I mean, they won both of their national championships at Clemson with those guys. And when they left, it drops. So I'm always looking at those interior defensive linemen. And last year, Texas had two great ones in Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, and they developed in the program. They got to make sure that the next wave is developing like those guys, because it made a huge difference.
Yeah. So I'm a big Quinn Ewers fan. And, we recently did best returning starting quarterbacks in the SEC, and I had Carson back at number 1, and I think you were with me. Did you have Ewers too?
Yeah, I did have Ewers.
Yeah, I had Ewers too. With all that said,
and now Dylan Gabriel's the Heisman favorite.
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy? And Oklahoma's able to say, we don't want you. Go ahead and leave. Heisman favorite. We'll take Jackson Arnold.
Is it possible, though, next year, and I'm jumping ahead, that Arch Manning could be a major disappointment / bust?
I mean,
I've never really seen him play. So
I don't think so, because you all saw how Sark worked with the quarterbacks at Alabama when it went from, Jalen to Tua to Mac Jones to Bryce. I mean, Alabama averaged 47 points per game in 2020. So I think Sarkisian has done a really good job, and his history is fantastic with quarterbacks. He had Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, and Matt Castle all in the same quarterback room. He goes with Leinart over Castle. Castle never starts a game at USC, ends up playing 14 years in the NFL. So I think his pedigree with quarterbacks is why he's getting them. Now, we'll figure out. Texas fans are worried about, is KJ Lacey the right guy, in the 2025 class, and is Auburn messing with him, whatever. But as of right now, Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning, I think Texas fans feel good, and they feel like they got one of the best quarterback rooms in the country.
Our SEC coverage brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Promo code next round, coverage all week from Dallas, both on the live show and our social media network, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. We're in the league. Texas is now. We've been waiting since, 2021 for this to happen with the announcement. And now we've got the schedule. What do you think the one road trip that Texas fans are waiting to take on this year's schedule? They're dying to go to this place. And then the one that there's not on the schedule this year, their second one that they're waiting, because you got to take Alabama off the board. They've done that now.
Right. So, College Station is always
right. So they're ready to get back in there.
It's mayhem. They know it's going to be mayhem. They know they need to be as many as they can in Kyle Field, because there's so much extra vitriol for that game.
And I was impressed at how many Texas fans got into Bryant-Denny last year.
Right.
There was a ton in really good seats. In that rivalry, is Texas able to buy their way into Kyle Field usually?
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough because A&M fans are really adamant about not selling tickets to Texas fans. So that's a monster. I think they really wanted to go to LSU in 2020. That was supposed to be the return trip after Joe Burrow and
that's right.
And Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase came in that great shootout, beat them by 7.
Wasn't there a dropped touchdown, like really easy? Who was the quarterback back then?
Sam Ehlinger.
Okay, Ehlinger. Yeah, I thought there was like a drop down on the goal.
I thought he didn't pick up a first.
Yeah,
if they got a first down, the game's over.
Ingram,
right?
Dropped it, running back.
Yeah.
They had 3rd and 17.
That's when they exploded.
That was it.
Yeah, LSU completely exploded after that game.
Yeah.
Like in a good way for them.
Yeah, and Joseph Osai is this close to getting Burrow, but Burrow gets it out.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson, scores on 3rd and 17.
Yeah.
And
what a game.
That was the game, because it was a 7-point game. At that point, if Texas gets off the field and they can go down and tie it and go into overtime or whatever, or go for 2.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because Ehlinger was on fire that game.
Yeah. You talked about the atmosphere. I remember seeing you in the press box of that Texas-Alabama game, and I told you, get ready. This is not even the best you're going to get in the league. And it was a big atmosphere that night. You'll get full dose LSU. You'll be like, okay, this is the SEC.
Yeah.
And the good thing is you'll get that at 8, 9 places. It's that good.
They got it at Arkansas in 21.
Did they? Yeah.
They got ambushed.
Yeah.
So they know now that Arkansas is waiting for them this year. Fans want to go to LSU. They want to go to the Swamp. They want to go to Athens.
Yeah.
And
well, you tell them put Auburn on that list because it's unique. It is a great atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to Auburn.
Yeah, you'll love it.
Yeah, you'll like it.
You will love it.
In Tennessee, I've never been to Tennessee.
Phenomenal. Especially if you catch a night game at Neyland. Yeah.
Oh. Hey, not to get too far out there, but of all these crazy stories that you've covered, where did the Schlossnagle going from A&M to Texas, where does that rank in Texas history? Because I don't know, I can't remember anything like it, especially the way it went down.
I said when it happened, I wrote this, that now when you talk about Texas and Texas A&M, you got to talk about, the fact that they each talk about each other in their fight songs. The first bonfire at A&M in 1907, the first Hex rally at Texas in 1941, and Jim Schlossnagle leaving A&M 12 hours after playing for a national championship in baseball to take over the Longhorns baseball program. And, Chris Del Conte, people forget he went to Texas Tech and hired Chris Beard, another huge in-state, more so for Texas Tech, than Texas, but that was a huge in-state rivalry, and he took their basketball coach. So Del Conte's been fearless in his hiring.
Boy, has he. Chip Brown is with us, horns247.com, part of 24/7 at Chip Brown 247, here with us as our coverage continues, presented by mybookie.ag. So that leads to, a lot of people talk about A&M's pissed about all the way this is going down, that Texas has come into the league, and A&M might be interested in the Big Ten. The Big Ten might be interested in A&M. Do you think there is any validity to that?
John Sharp, the chancellor at A&M, is the one who's been driving everything behind the scenes. He's the one who gave Jimbo that plaque and said, we'll let you fill in the year of the national championship.
Still empty, by the way.
Right. And he's announced his retirement effective June of next year. Without him running everything, because he's had that Board of Regents under his thumb to do whatever basically he ordered them to do, I don't know who, they've had a revolving door at president because Sharp has been basically the president.
Right.
So they have a failure of alignment in leadership right now that leads me to believe they don't have the ducks in a row to go to the Big Ten right now. But, you never know. I mean, they've been really, really, there's a reason that they were left out of the conversation until, the 11th hour, and then tried to leak the information to try to, rally support to keep Texas and Oklahoma out of the SEC. I mean, that's the story that's not been told, is that Greg Sankey or whoever was able to kind of keep that information from A&M until it was the 11th hour.
That was one of the most remarkable things, because you were right on the edge of all the previous expansion. When it looked like Texas was going to the Pac-12 and they decided not to. The fact, and we talked about it, it was SEC Media Days 2021 when that story broke. We were talking last night about how Greg Sankey was on set with us, and everybody knew the story, and he couldn't confirm it yet, and we were trying to, pull it out of him. But that story stayed undercover right up until the 12th hour, until A&M leaked it, which is absolutely remarkable. That Texas and Oklahoma could move from the Big 12 to the SEC, and almost nobody knew until the last minute.
And the Texas leadership, Kevin Eltife, really, the chairman of the Regents Board, who's a former Texas senator, he knew how it leaked in 2010.
Right.
And he made sure that it stayed between him and Jay Hartzell and Chris Del Conte and the law firm that they used as the third-party intermediary with OU. And I give them a ton of credit because they kept that thing in a circle about as big as a tennis ball can. And so, when, Greg Sankey, John Sharp leaks it to the Houston Chronicle, you know, I'm like, oh God, this is real because.
So you had caught wind of it, but you just couldn't report it because you couldn't get it confirmed?
Right. Well, honestly, I was not aware of that one.
Yeah.
Coming. I mean, that's how good it was.
That's how out of left field it was. Yeah.
And I remember talking to L-Type afterward, and I'm like, how on earth did you do that? And he's like, we learned from our mistakes. I watched this happen in 2010, and we knew we had to, keep it, between basically the three of us and the law firm. And then once they knew that there was some, possibility of it working, that there was some possibility of them getting voted into the SEC, then they took it to the other regions. Like, they didn't even tell the other regions.
It was almost vote time, brother.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
So if it hadn't leaked in 2010, you'd think they would have gone to the Pac-12 back then? And was it a leak that kept them from getting Saban in 2012?
Yeah, because, I mean, we do have a different college football world if they go to the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Right, for sure. I think the president at the time, Bill Powers, who was a Cal graduate, was enamored with the idea of rubbing shoulders with Cal and Stanford, and he wanted it to happen.
What an absurd statement that really is.
He could have waited a few years and did it in the ACC.
I know. I mean, think about that. And then Oklahoma is so pissed that Texas kind of ends up backing out of the Pac-12 deal, that the OU president at the time, Bowen, he's like, we're going to go to the Pac without Texas. And they go to the Pac and say, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State will come to the Pac. And that's after Texas had gotten the Longhorn Network, and the Pac said no. Think about that.
I want a slap in the face.
So they, after they don't get the 6 schools from the Big 12, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State were like, we'll go. And the Pac said no.
I mean, boy, did they get saved. I mean, Oklahoma's a good brand, but imagine, the Pac-12 fell apart.
But it wouldn't have.
With Oklahoma, you don't think it would have?
No, because Oklahoma and Texas wouldn't be coming to the SEC.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but if Texas was staying in the Big 12, I don't know. It's a great question.
Yeah. I believe Texas would have gone to the Big 10 eventually, and Oklahoma and all of them would have gone to the Pac-12.
Has Oklahoma sold their soul, their football soul, for money? And the way the reason I bring this up is it's impossible to say no to the SEC, but if they just would have stayed back in the Big 12, they should have been able to dominate that conference. And now with the 12-team playoff automatic qualifier, you would think, every other year they're going to a college football playoff. And I have zero expectation with Oklahoma this year with that schedule.
I don't know what's in store for the Big 12 when the next round of media rights comes, because the Big 12 timed their media rights to the Big 10. That's when we're going to know if there's any more movement and realignment, because that Big 10.
When is that timeline?
It's 2030. 2030.
Here before you know it.
And
it will be.
And that's when we should know what's going on in the ACC, the Big 10. Obviously, if the SEC wants someone from the ACC, they'll, do whatever they need to do to make that happen. But that's when we should know. And is there going to be any media rights money left for the Big 12? So from a competitive standpoint, yeah, Oklahoma would have done well to be in the Big 12. But the leadership went to the SEC because they knew all this change was coming. They knew revenue sharing was coming. They knew, NIL was already happening. They needed to get to the highest ground financially to make sure that they were on equal footing, competitively going forward.
Okay, I got a question for you after LT tells us about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They provided a little coverage of your trip out here to Big
absolutely,
Dallas.
Man. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys, best in the business. Get out, see them, tell them the next round sent you. from the fluids, the AC, tires. They're going to make sure you are good to go jumping on the road wherever you're traveling this summer. Stop into one of those convenient locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive throughout Birmingham. For more information, vulcantireandauto.com.
And we want to say thank you again to our friends at McCurry who helped us get out here. And the big van that had to carry our staging, our lights, our cameras, our tables, and all of that to get us out here.
A lifesaver just to get us out here with all this equipment. McCurry Van and Car Rental could be a lifesaver for you. All the vehicles to choose from, trucks, SUVs, passenger vans. It was so easy for us. We experienced it. I mean, in and out fast in that Coleman location on 2nd Avenue Northwest. They've also got Athens, Muscle Shoals, Huntsville, Skyland Boulevard in Tuscaloosa. Reserve your rental today, 256-559-1003. That's 256-559-1003 or McCurryRentals.com.
Do you want to play the game? Let me ask you this before you get to open this and play a game with us here. For some reason, I don't trust Texas. And I don't trust – y'all moved conferences a lot. I don't trust Texas A&M. They can move again. Do you I've never seen anybody leave the SEC. I've only seen people join the SEC. Do you foresee anybody leaving the SEC ever?
I mean, like if we get to like relegation, I mean, at some point, I think you're going to have the Big Ten and the SEC as they're going to be the premier leagues or the premier league of college football. And they're going to determine who's in and who's out. And I mean, I should probably ask y'all, do you see them ever voting to, put Vanderbilt in relegation or something?
I will tell you, I'll tell you a phrase I have heard many times from many people inside the SEC office, and that is the phrase founding member or charter member, either one of those, founding member or charter member. And no. The SEC is not going to do that to a charter member. And Vandy is a charter member. Now, does that attitude last forever? I mean, as Greg Sankey retires and a new guy comes on, does he have that same attitude? I don't know, but I will say, for years in Birmingham, there has been I don't even know the word I'm looking for, a unity among the Southeastern Conference and their charter members. Like those guys have been given preference even above, the Arkansas and South Carolina when they come in and all those things. So
it wouldn't be 12, 14, and 16 without those 10 guys or 10 schools going.
Then
we're going to let you in.
Then there's probably, 2 you can add in the Big Ten and 2 you can add in the SEC. Otherwise, it just gets too obstreperous in terms of trying to schedule it. And that's where we need a college football commissioner, Nick Saban, to come in. And these are the 36 schools we're going to have, and we're going to put geographic sense back into it. We're going to have divisions like the NFL so that USC and Washington and Oregon are back, playing, with some geographic sense here.
Which would be like the smaller conferences, our divisions. Like in the SEC could be the Atlantic or the ACC 8 schools there, the SEC or the Southeastern, and then the Southwestern.
Right.
Back to where we started.
Right. Back to where we were.
And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
And everything else is following the NFL's path. So why not that? Okay. You play everyone in your division. You play 2 teams from that division, every other,
Who has a better year one in the SEC? A&M in 2012 with Manziel, where I believe they were the 2nd or 3rd best team in college football, or Texas this year?
That A&M team was 10-2.
Yeah.
I know they were.
I think Texas will be 10-2.
Yeah. But I would say in a 12-team playoff, that A&M team would have made a lot of noise.
Oh, there's no doubt.
A lot of noise.
Because they were better at the end than they were at the beginning.
Oh,
yeah.
Remember, they beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
Right. Johnny Manziel was
incredible.
Yeah, he was.
Kind of like Vince Young for Texas, where it was just un-F-uppable,
Yeah.
I don't.
Un-F-uppable is really good. And who was their other loss? They lost to Florida and LSU.
Who was A&M's other loss?
I'll look it up. That's not important. Go ahead.
But I think Texas, I just can't predict them to go 11-1. I know some have. I think they're going to lose one of the Oklahoma, Georgia back-to-back. And then I could see them losing either to Michigan or A&M. So if they beat Michigan, they'll have a ton of momentum. I still think that if they beat OU, I think they lose to Georgia, and then maybe they see Georgia again.
That's what Nick Saban said today. He picked Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where Georgia beats them in Austin, and then they play again.
Do you believe the SEC championship game loser that should not eliminate you from the playoffs, no matter what your record is? Like if you go into that game 10-2.
Yeah. So if we had a glut of 10-2 teams,
right,
and then now all of a sudden you've lost 3, nobody else has the third loss.
Right.
You can't let that happen.
That loss should not eliminate you from the playoffs.
I agree with that. Right. I don't think that should eliminate you.
Right.
You know, you shouldn't get penalized for finishing top 2 in the SEC. I hope the committee looks at it that way.
Yeah.
But that's why you have a committee, because if you've got a BCS-like poll, that third loss is going to drop you perhaps out of the top 11.
And the bigger problem is if the third loss is a bad loss. Like if you're 10-2 LSU, you're sitting at home, you're already basically in. And then you're 10-2 Texas, and Georgia plays lights out, and you lose by 21.
That is a bad taste to leave in your
mouth. Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Like I think and I think we've talked about this, and I know we have. I think it's a better situation if you're got 2 losses to sit at home.
Right. Right. And it's,
you can't have a league with a championship game that's going to be that situation that you get penalized for playing in the game, though. I think Sankey and the Big Ten commissioner have to have it almost written in stone from the committee that you can't penalize, you can't drop the loser of our championship game out, or we'll stop doing it this way. We'll come up with a different scenario that may not include the Big 12, the ACC, and the Group of 5.
Yeah, you got to throw your weight around.
That's right.
I agree with that, because I always thought get rid of the conference championship games, because we're going to go to a 16-team playoff. I was like, get rid of one of the regular season games and the conference championship games, and go to a 16-team playoff. And I know people are like, well, then how do you crown the conference champion? Well,
we get co-champions for years.
We get co-champions.
Does it really matter if you got a 16-team playoff?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Co-champions.
You just do co-champions. Everybody gets to claim it.
There was a day. I mean, the SEC championship game was like my favorite week.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Was that ever there for the Big 12 though? Was it ever that big of a deal?
Couple times.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, Kansas State, right?
Texas A&M, Kansas State.
Unfortunately, one of the big ones was played outside at Arrowhead, I believe. I feel like that was
Missouri and Oklahoma.
It was a huge game with national championship implications.
Missouri, Kansas played the week before.
Okay.
In Arrowhead,
Yeah.
and the winner of that, which was Missouri, played Oklahoma
and got drilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 2008 season, Texas should have, that tiebreaker where the coaches poll, they voted Texas down because they didn't like Mac Brown, and they voted Stoops up because they like Stoops, and they won the tiebreaker by 3,000th of a point, and so they go to the Big 12 title game against Missouri, and that was the game Chase Daniel got caught eating his boogers on the sideline.
I don't remember that.
And OU paddled him, and then OU gets to play Florida for the national championship.
Before we play this game, I did want to ask you, because it's funny it comes up. So the first time we ever did a show together was Newport Beach, 2009, getting ready for the Rose Bowl, Alabama and Texas. Colt McCoy obviously goes out on that first possession. Do Texas fans stand behind if he doesn't go out, they win the game?
Well, the game plan was to throw it 40 times, and Colt McCoy was more accurate outside the pocket than he was in it. They felt like they could get to that Alabama secondary, and they didn't trust that game plan with Garrett Gilbert. Then they ultimately did have him throw it, and they got back to
I thought he was going to be good after watching him in the second half.
Within striking distance.
It was a 3-point game with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left.
Yep.
And Texas had a chance, and then, a strip sack and all hell in the last 3 minutes, and Alabama scores like 17 points.
Oh yeah, and then punches one in late too. By the way,
to Pat, Eric Anders with the strip sack.
Yep.
MMA Eric
Anders.
Yep. And I remember Ingram got the Heisman winner and not scored. And he scored that touchdown late, because I remember Dunaway and I standing on the sideline next to one another, and we're glancing over to try to find Muschamp.
Oh, and he was staring.
Oh, Muschamp was so pissed. Yeah.
He was mad.
Well, I'll never forget, after the press conference, Mac Brown is coming off the dais, and Dennis Dodd says, "Well, Mac, we'll never know." And Mac looked at him with fire in his eyes and said, "It wouldn't have been close."
No.
Like Mac was absolutely. That's why he was so messed up after that game.
Yeah.
He he never got over that. He's still not over that game.
And did not want Saban
No,
to
I
be
had-
the next coach at Texas.
I had Texas fans behind me in that game, and they were bitching, and they were like, we had so many big leads this season. Why we didn't play Garrett Gilbert more where he would be prepared for this?
Yeah. And remember, Saban went for a fake punt
early
that failed miserably.
Well, I think that was miscommunication. There was no way they actually went for it.
Blake Gideon, the guy who dropped the interception against Texas Tech in 2008, is the one who intercepted the fake punt pass, giving Texas great field position. Now they weren't able to punch it in. So they should have been up 14-0. They're only up 6-0. And so Alabama's defense was.
Well, you Texas guys do a lot of should-ups. Let's play.
They remember a lot.
Our friends are brought to you. Our show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Also bringing you our coverage out here as well. Champy'sChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew helps you win that tailgate this football season. We're not far away now because we're at SEC Media Days. Go by there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's Champy'sChicken.com.
Okay, this is just for coming on with us.
Oh.
That is your participation.
Do I need to open this right now?
Yeah. We want to see what you get. And then we're going to walk over here and play a little, a different version of beer pong where you just have to make a shot.
Okay.
Let's see what you got here.
What will we get, Chip?
All right. Walgreens. Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Go. I love it.
Do you have $25 Cracker Barrel? I know you can find one on the drive back to Austin, right?
Yeah. Cracker Barrel's everywhere.
Yeah. Right. So you're 25. So you're on the board for a prize. Let's see how much you can add to that. We've done this today. So far, Ian Fitzsimmons of ESPN leads the way with an asterisk at $125.
Okay.
T-Bob Hebert walked out with 45.
So here's the way it's going to work, Chip. You're going to be behind this line.
Okay.
And you just need to make one of two. And you can use any of these. I would suggest going with the heavier hacky sack, but you see which one feels better for you.
Yeah.
So you get 2 shots.
I get 2 shots.
Chip was a 5-0 in tennis. I don't know if that carries over to this.
Now, Chip, I will say there is money in every bucket. So whatever you make, we don't know the denomination. So there's 20s, 50s, and 100s. Ian Fitzsimmons walked off with a $100 bill.
I will tell you, there's no money in the carpet.
Yeah. Hit a bucket.
So get wherever you want over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to lose the cord? You got it?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh. Now, I know you got to have good hands to be a really good tennis player, especially at the net, right?
Right.
Were you backhand? Was that forehand?
I was a serve and volley guy.
Serve and volley? Yeah.
Yeah, you got soft hands. I can see while you're handling that hacky sack. On the rim of 2 of them.
Yes.
He leaves with only a $25 gift card.
Double rim shot.
Yeah. Oh,
I got some good news for you, though. You're in a drawing for a $250 gift card from our friends at Roback, roback.com, code TNR20 at checkout to save 20% on your first order.
Yeah.
You'll be in a drawing. We'll give that away at the end of the week. So you might get a $250 gift card out of this from Roback.
Could be a winner. I mean, take a look at fill that Roback shirt there. I mean,
do you have any Roback? It's good stuff, man.
I need some Roback.
Yeah, and look, and the Roback pant.
Oh, this is the best pan I own.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Hoodies too.
Yeah.
I got to go steal that 100 from Fitzy.
Good luck. He's already spent that.
We've got about 6 minutes left in the show here as we broadcast live from the Omni in Dallas, SEC Media Days. Wednesday is Texas Day. Ironically, it is Alabama and Texas here on the same day at SEC Media Days. It's almost like the clash of the egos. I mean, one team that's coming to the SEC has the reputation of being egotistical, obnoxious fans, and then there's Alabama, who's always been portrayed by the other SEC schools as egotistical and obnoxious. And now you're both going to meet head to head on the same SEC Media Day.
I mean, and Nick Saban gets rebuffed from SEC Media Days because he didn't have his credential.
We need that credential, sir.
I mean, I just, how are you all doing without Nick Saban?
I mean, well, Kalen DeBoer right now got another 5-star guy yesterday. Taylor, where's his recruiting class ranked right now?
He's got 17.
That is number one. That is the one.
See that? Where's he ranked? Auburn fan? Where's number one?
Yep.
Currently number one.
17 top 300 players. I mean, for that, it's a 20. Is that 25 or 26?
It is almost everyone. And I don't know where you stand on this. Almost everybody that looks at him says the guy can obviously coach.
Oh yeah. What is he? 112 and
Yeah,
or
he's
something.
barely lost any games, and really, but and T-Bob mentioned this earlier. His record against the high-end opponents he's played is what I really look at. Like twice against Texas, 3 times against Atlantic at Oregon.
I almost think he like baits coaches into going against what they know. And we go back to the semifinal last year against Sark in Texas. And you guys, Jonathan Brooks, I mean, not Jonathan Brooks, but they were actually
CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue, they were gashing him on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's where Sark likes to get his quarterback into rhythm passing early. And he should have thrown that script away and just kept gashing them because they adjusted. But initially, what Texas was literally running, was working. I think their first 6 running plays averaged 12.5 yards a carry.
Well, that's what Michigan did 2 weeks later, or a week later. And
Harbaugh
Michigan
never went away.
they didn't go away from it.
No.
And that's I said going into that game that they were going to have to pound it, and that they could. They have a good enough running game. And that's where I'm interested this year, because Texas has the veteran offensive line. I think Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter are 2 super talented backs. I think Blue will go pro after this season, and Texas has had the top running back drafted in each of the last 2 years. I think he could be the third. I think he's that good. Tashard Choice compares him to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Ooh.
This audience knows what Jahmyr Gibbs is about.
Yeah,
so
right.
my question is Sark going to be patient enough? We know he likes to run it at the end of games. Is he going to stay patient enough with the running game early and when it's working, and not, constantly, try to think of how do I set up these passing plays for later in the game and all that.
Sometimes he's too smart for his own good.
Right.
Yeah.
He's really good at picking apart defenses. Everyone talks about what he did to Ohio State in 2020. I mean, first half was
Devontae Smith
ridiculous.
Doesn't get injured.
500 receiving
Yeah,
yards.
whatever he wants.
Right. Yeah.
What is the interaction or the media accessibility with Sark? I mean, is he a well-liked guy?
Yeah. Yes. And he's hard not to like because of his story and the fact that it seems like he's got a really good sense. He's self-aware of where he's been and how to tell his story to his players now in this culture building that he does, these culture Wednesdays, and him looking out for the culture and not just spending money willy-nilly on NIL. And he's made very few missteps since the 5-7 year one. I mean, he's rebuilt the trenches. He said, we're going to get bigger on the inside. We're going to get faster on the outside. He's done that. Their team speed is ridiculous. It does remind me a little bit of 2019 and 2020 at Alabama with all this receiver talent they have. Now, they got to mesh with Quinn Ewers, and it's got to, show up in games like it did in Tuscaloosa last year with the deep balls to Worthy and A.D. Mitchell.
2 lucky throws.
But
yeah, I mean, they were just sky
great.
shots.
And just Davey and Sanders. Every Alabama fan was like, how the hell did that tight end get so open?
Hey, how much did Texas fans miss Tom Herman? Was he just a
zero? Yeah.
Zero. That's a zero.
He got that job and turned into a different person.
Yeah.
Like he got.
That's
Trump
like somebody winning the
on
lottery,
power. Yeah. Yeah. And like even some of his former Houston staff told me the guy just totally went ego crazy, ego gone wild.
Well, Chip, man, thank you for being with us.
Chip.
MyBookie.ag bringing us our coverage from out here.
Code next round, MyBookie.ag. All these games we're talking about, you can bet them right there. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. MyBookie.ag. Code next round to get that sign-on bonus.
Live show ends now, but our content continues to go out. Just to my right here, Scott Forester and Taylor Korn, Emily Grace McWhorter upstairs. They're continuing to churn things out all night long, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. So make sure you're on our platforms at Next Round Live all day tomorrow morning. We're back live tomorrow at 12 Central Time, 12 to 4 all week long. The Meltdown's with you at 6. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan